A Cargo of Cat, from the collected works of Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. A Cargo of Cat, by Ambrose Bierce. On the 16th day of June, 1874, the ship Mary Jane sailed from Malta, heavy laden with cat. This cargo gave us a good deal of trouble. It was not in bales, but had been dumped into the hold loose. Captain Doble, who had once commanded a ship that carried coals, said he had found that plan the best. When the hold was full of cat, the hatch was battened down, and we felt good. Unfortunately, the mate, thinking the cats would be thirsty, introduced a hose into one of the hatches and pumped in a considerable quantity of water, and the cats in the lower levels were all drowned. You have seen a dead cat in a pond. You remember its circumference at the waist. Water multiplies the magnitude of the dead cat by 10. On the first day out, it was observed that the ship was much strained. She was 3 feet wider than usual, and as much as 10 feet shorter. The convexity of her deck was visually augmented fore and aft, but she turned up at both ends. Her rudder was clean out of the water, and she would answer to the helm only when running directly against a strong breeze. The rudder, when perverted to one side, would rub against the wind and slew her around, and then she wouldn't steer any more. Owing to the curvature of the keel, the masts came together at the top, and a sailor who had gone up the foremast got bewildered, came down the mizzenmast, looked out over the stern at the receding shores of Malta, and shouted, "Land ho!" The ship's fastenings were all giving way. The water on each side was lashing into foam by the tempest of flying bolts that she shed at every pulsation of the cargo. She was quietly wrecking herself without assistance from wind or wave, by the sheer internal energy of feline expansion. I went to the skipper about it. He was in his favorite position, sitting on the deck, supporting his back against the binnacle, making a V of his legs, and smoking. "Captain Doble," I said, respectfully touching my hat, which was really not worthy of respect, "this floating palace is afflicted with curvature of the spine, and likewise greatly swollen." Without raising his eyes, he courteously acknowledged my presence by knocking the ashes from his pipe. "Permit me, Captain," I said with simple dignity, "to repeat that this ship is much swollen." "If that is true," said the gallant mariner, reaching for his tobacco pouch, "I think it would be as well to swab her down with liniment. There's a bottle of it in my cabin. Better suggest it to the mate." "But, Captain, there's no time for empirical treatment. Some of the planks at the water line have started." The skipper rose and looked out over the stern toward the land. He fixed his eyes on the foaming wake. He gazed into the water to starboard and to port. Then he said, "My friend, the whole darn thing is started." Sadly and silently I turned from the obdurate man and walked forward. Suddenly there was a burst of thunder sound. The hatch that had held down the cargo was flung whirling into space, and sailed in the air like a blown leaf. Pushing upward through the hatch was a smooth, square column of cat. Grandly and impressively it grew. Slowly, serenely, majestically it rose toward the welkin, the relaxing keel parting at the headmast to give it a fair chance. I have stood at Naples and seen Vesuvius painting the town red. From Catania have marked afar, upon the flanks of Etna, the lava's awful pursuit of the astonished rooster and the despairing pig. The fiery flow from Kilauea's crater thrusting itself into the forest and licking the entire country clean is as familiar to me as my mother tongue. I have seen glaciers 1,000 years old and quite bald, heading for a valley full of tourists at the rate of an inch a month. I have seen a saturated solution of mining camps go down a mountain river to make a sociable call on the valley farmers. I have stood behind a tree on a battlefield and seen a compact square mile of armed men moving with irresistible momentum to the rear. Whenever anything grand in magnitude or motion is billed to appear, I commonly manage to beat my way into the show, and in reporting it, I am a man of unscrupulous veracity. But I have seldom observed anything like the solid gray column of Maltese cat. It is unnecessary to explain, I suppose, that each individual grimalkin in the outfit, with that readiness of resource which distinguishes the species, had grappled with tooth and nail as many others as it could hook onto. This preserved the formation. It made the column so stiff that when the ship rolled, and the Mary Jane was a devil to roll, it swayed from side to side like a mast, and the mate said if it grew much taller, he would have to order it cut away, or it would capsize us. Some of the sailors went to work at the pumps, but these discharged nothing but fur. Captain Doble raised his eyes from his toes and shouted, "Let go the anchor!" But being assured that nobody was touching it, apologized and resumed his reverie. The chaplain said if there were no objections, he would like to offer up a prayer, and a gambler from Chicago produced a pack of cards, proposing to throw round for the first jack. The parson's plan was adopted, and as he uttered the final amen, the cats struck up a hymn. All the living ones were now above deck, and every mother's son of them sang. Each had a pretty fair voice, but no ear. Nearly all their notes in the upper register were more or less cracked and disobedient. The remarkable thing about the voices was their range. In that crowd were cats of 17 octaves, and the average could not have been less than 12. Number of cats per invoice, 127,000. Estimated number of dead swellers, 6,000. Total songsters, 121,000. Average number of octaves per cat, 12. Total octaves, 1,452,000. It was a great concert. It lasted 3 days and nights, or, counting each night as 7 days, 24 days altogether, and we could not go below for provisions. At the end of that time the cook came forward, shaking up some beans in a hat, and holding a large knife. "Shipmates," he said, "we have done all that mortals can do. Let us now draw lots." We were blindfolded in turn, and drew. But just as the cook was forcing the fatal black bean upon the fattest man, the concert closed with a suddenness that waked the man on the lookout. A moment later every grimalkin relaxed his hold on his neighbors, the column lost its cohesion, and, with 121,000 dull, sickening thuds that beat as one, the whole business fell to the deck. Then, with a wild farewell wail, that feline host sprang spitting into the sea and struck out southward for the African shore. The southern expansion of Italy, as every schoolboy knows, resembles in shape an enormous boot. We had drifted within sight of it. The cats in the fabric had spied it, and their alert imaginations were instantly affected with the lively sense of the size, weight, and probable momentum of its flung bootjack. The end of A Cargo of Cat by Ambrose Bierce.
The Childhood of Abraham by Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744 to 1803. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In a cave was Abraham brought up, for the tyrant Nimrod sought after his life. But even in the dark cave the light of God was in him. He reflected and said to himself, "Who is my Creator?" After 16 years he went forth, and when for the first time he beheld the heavens and the earth, how was he astonished, and how did he rejoice! He asked of all created things around him, "Who is your Creator?" Up rose the sun, and he fell prostrate at its sight. "That," said he, "is the Creator, for its form is beautiful." The sun arose and went down, and at evening disappeared. Then arose the moon. And Abraham spake thus to himself, "That light which departed was not the God of the heavens. Perhaps it is this smaller light which yonder multitude of stars obey." But the moon and the stars also went down, and Abraham stood alone. He sought his father and demanded of him, "Who is the God of the heavens and the earth?" And Terah pointed to his idols. "I will prove them," said he to himself, and when he was alone he laid the most delicious food before them. "If ye are living gods," he said, "then receive your offering." But there the God stood, and moved not. "And can my father take these for gods?" said the boy. "Well, perhaps I may instruct him." He took his staff, and dashed all the gods save one upon the earth. Then laying the shaft in its hand, he cried to his father, "Father, thy first God has slain all his brothers." Angrily Terah beheld him, and replied, "Thou art mocking me, boy. How can he, whom my own hands have formed, have done this?" "Oh, be not angry, my father," said Abraham, "and let thine ear receive what thy mouth utters. If thou trustest not in the power of thy God to perform what even my boyish hand has done, how can he be the God who created thee and me, and the heavens and the earth?" And Terah was silenced by the words of the child. But the story of his deed soon reached the ear of the tyrant Nimrod, and summoning him to his presence, he thus addressed him: "My God shalt thou worship, boy, or the fiery furnace shall be thy reward." For at the birth of Abraham all the soothsayers had foretold to the king that he would destroy the idols, and make void the laws of the king throughout the empire. Therefore the king persecuted him. "Who is thy God, O king?" said the undaunted boy. "The fire is my God," answered he, "that mightiest of beings." "Fire," said the boy, "is extinguished by water. Water is easily borne up by the clouds. The clouds are driven by the winds, and the winds are resisted by man. Thus man is the mightiest of beings." "And I am the mightiest of men," exclaimed the king. "Worship me, or the fiery furnace shall be thy reward." Then the boy cast up his calm and serious eye and said, "Yesterday I saw the sun rise in the morning and go down in the evening. Command, O king, that today it may arise in the evening and go down in the morning. Then I will worship thee." And Abraham was cast into the glowing fire. But the power of the fire harmed not the boy. An angel took him softly in his arms, and fanned the flame from him like the exhalation of a lily. More beautiful than before, the boy came forth from the fire. And soon God appeared to him, and called to him out of Chaldea, and consecrated him to be his friend. And Abraham was the founder for the whole world of the true divine worship of the one God of heaven and earth. and of the Childhood of Abraham by Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744 to 1803.
The Chinago by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Chinago. The coral waxes, the palm grows, but man departs. Tahitian proverb. Ah Cho did not understand French. He sat in the crowded courtroom, very weary and bored, listening to the unceasing, explosive French that now one official and now another uttered. It was just so much gabble to Ah Cho, and he marveled at the stupidity of the Frenchman who took so long to find out the murderer of Chunga, and who did not find him at all. The 500 coolies on the plantation knew that Ah San had done the killing, and here was Ah San not even arrested. It was true that all the coolies had agreed secretly not to testify against one another, but then it was so simple the Frenchmen should have been able to discover that Ah San was the man. They were very stupid, these Frenchmen. Ah Cho had done nothing of which to be afraid. He had had no hand in the killing. It was true that he had been present at it, and Schemmer, the overseer on the plantation, had rushed into the barracks immediately afterward and caught him there, along with 4 or 5 others. But what of that? Chunga had been stabbed only twice. It stood to reason that 5 or 6 men could not inflict 2 stab wounds. At the most, if a man had struck but once, only 2 men could have done it. So it was that Ah Cho reasoned when he, along with his 4 companions, had lied and blocked and obfuscated in their statements to the court concerning what had taken place. They had heard the sounds of the killing, and like Schemmer they had run to the spot. They had got there before Schemmer, that was all. True, Schemmer had testified that, attracted by the sound of quarreling as he chanced to pass by, he had stood for at least 5 minutes outside, that then, when he entered, he found the prisoners already inside, and that they had not entered just before, because he had been standing by the one door to the barracks. But what of that? Ah Cho and his 4 fellow prisoners had testified that Schemmer was mistaken. In the end, they would be let go. They were all confident of that. 5 men could not have their heads cut off for 2 stab wounds. Besides, no foreign devil had seen the killing. But these Frenchmen were so stupid. In China, as Ah Cho well knew, the magistrate would order all of them to the torture and learn the truth. The truth was very easy to learn under torture. But these Frenchmen did not torture. Bigger fools they. Therefore, they would never find out who killed Chunga. But Ah Cho did not understand everything. The English company that owned the plantation had imported into Tahiti, at great expense, the 500 coolies. The stockholders were clamoring for dividends, and the company had not yet paid any. Wherefore the company did not want its costly contract laborers to start the practice of killing one another. Also, there were the French, eager and willing to impose upon the Chinagos the virtues and excellences of French law. There was nothing like setting an example once in a while. And besides, of what use was New Caledonia, except to send men to live out their days in misery and pain in payment of the penalty for being frail and human? Ah Cho did not understand all this. He sat in the courtroom and waited for the baffled judgment that would set him and his comrades free to go back to the plantation and work out the terms of their contracts. This judgment would soon be rendered. Proceedings were drawing to a close, he could see that. There was no more testifying, no more gabble of tongues. The French devils were tired too, and evidently waiting for the judgment. And as he waited he remembered back in his life to the time when he had signed the contract and set sail in the ship for Tahiti. Times had been hard in his seacoast village, and when he indentured himself to labor for 5 years in the South Seas at 50 cents Mexican a day, he had thought himself fortunate. There were men in his village who toiled a whole year for $10 Mexican, and there were women who made nets all year round for $5, while in the houses of shopkeepers there were maidservants who received $4 for a year of service. And here he was to receive 50 cents a day. For one day, only one day, he was to receive that princely sum. What if the work were hard? At the end of the 5 years he would return home, that was in the contract, and he would never have to work again. He would be a rich man for life, with a house of his own, a wife, and children growing up to venerate him. Yes, and in back of the house he would have a small garden, a place of meditation and repose, with goldfish in a tiny lakelet, and wind bells tinkling in the several trees, and there would be a high wall all around, so that his meditation and repose should be undisturbed. Well, he had worked out 3 of those 5 years. He was already a wealthy man in his own country, through his earnings, and only 2 years more intervened between the cotton plantation on Tahiti and the meditation and repose that awaited him. But just now he was losing money because of the unfortunate accident of being present at the killing of Chunga. He had lain 3 weeks in prison, and for each day of those 3 weeks he had lost 50 cents. But now judgment would soon be given, and he could go back to work. Ah Cho was 22 years old. He was happy and good-natured, and it was easy for him to smile. While his body was slim in the Asiatic way, his face was rotund. It was round like the moon, and it irradiated a gentle complacence and a sweet kindliness of spirit that was unusual among his countrymen. Nor did his looks belie him. He never caused trouble, never took part in wrangling. He did not gamble. His soul was not harsh enough for the soul that must belong to a gambler. He was content with little things and simple pleasures. The hush and quiet in the cool of the day after the blazing toil in the cotton field was to him an infinite satisfaction. He could sit for hours gazing at a solitary flower and philosophizing about the mysteries and riddles of being. A blue heron on a tiny crescent of sandy beach, a silvery splatter of flying fish, or a sunset of pearl and rose across the lagoon could entrance him to all forgetfulness of the procession of wearisome days and of the heavy lash of Schemmer. Karl Schemmer, was a brutish brute. But he earned his salary. He got the last particle of strength out of the 500 slaves, for slaves they were until their term of years was up. Schemmer worked hard to extract the strength from those 500 sweating bodies and to transmute it into bales of fluffy cotton ready for export. His dominant, ironclad, primeval brutishness was what enabled him to effect the transmutation. Also, he was assisted by a thick leather belt, 3 inches wide and a yard in length, with which he always rode, and which, on occasion, could come down on the naked back of a stooping coolie with a report like a pistol shot. These reports were frequent when Schemmer rode down the furrowed field. Once at the beginning of the first year of contract labor, he had killed a coolie with a single blow of his fist. He had not exactly crushed the man's head like an eggshell, but the blow had been sufficient to addle what was inside, and after being sick for a week, the man had died. But the Chinese had not complained to the French devils that ruled over Tahiti. It was their own lookout. Schemmer was their problem. They must avoid his wrath as they avoided the venom of the centipedes that lurked in the grass or crept into the sleeping quarters on rainy nights. The Chinagos, such they were called by the indolent brown-skinned island folk, saw to it that they did not displease Schemmer too greatly. This was equivalent to rendering up to him a full measure of efficient toil. That blow of Schemmer's fist had been worth thousands of dollars to the company, and no trouble ever came of it to Schemmer. The French, with no instinct for colonization, futile in their childish play game of developing the resources of the island, were only too glad to see the English company succeed. What matter of Schemmer and his redoubtable fist? The Chinago that died, well, he was only a Chinago. Besides, he died of sunstroke, as the doctor's certificate attested. True, in all the history of Tahiti no one had ever died of sunstroke, but it was that, precisely that, which made the death of this Chinago unique. The doctor said as much in his report. He was very candid. Dividends must be paid, or else one more failure would be added to the long history of failure in Tahiti. There was no understanding these white devils. Ah Cho pondered their inscrutableness as he sat in the courtroom waiting the judgment. There was no telling what went on at the back of their minds. He had seen a few of the white devils. They were all alike, the officers and sailors on the ship, the French officials, the several white men on the plantation, including Schemmer. Their minds all moved in mysterious ways there was no getting at. They grew angry without apparent cause, and their anger was always dangerous. They were like wild beasts at such times. They worried about little things, and on occasion could outtoil even a Chinago. They were not temperate as Chinagos were temperate. They were gluttons, eating prodigiously and drinking more prodigiously. A Chinago never knew when an act would please them or arouse a storm of wrath. A Chinago could never tell. What pleased one time, the very next time might provoke an outburst of anger. There was a curtain behind the eyes of the white devils that screened the backs of their minds from the Chinago's gaze. And then, on top of it all, was that terrible efficiency of the white devils. That ability to do things, to make things go, to work results, to bend to their wills all creeping, crawling things, and the powers of the very elements themselves. Yes, the white men were strange and wonderful, and they were devils. Look at Schemmer. Ah Cho wondered why the judgment was so long in forming. Not a man on trial had laid hand on Chung Ga. Ah San alone had killed him. Ah San had done it, bending Chung Ga's head back with one hand by a grip of his queue, and with the other hand from behind, reaching over and driving the knife into his body. Twice he had driven it in. There, in the courtroom with closed eyes, Ah Cho saw the killing acted over again, the squabble, the vile words bandied back and forth, the filth and insult flung upon venerable ancestors, the curses laid upon unbegotten generations, the leap of Ah San, the grip on the queue of Chung Ga, the knife that sank twice into his flesh, the bursting open of the door, the eruption of Schemmer, the dash for the door, the escape of Ah San, the flying belt of Schemmer that drove the rest into the corner, and the firing of the revolver as a signal that brought help to Schemmer. Ah Cho shivered as he lived it over. One blow of the belt had bruised his cheek, taking off some of the skin. Schemmer had pointed to the bruises when, on the witness stand, he had identified Ah Cho. It was only just now that the marks had become no longer visible. That had been a blow. Half an inch nearer the center, and it would have taken out his eye. Then Ah Cho forgot the whole happening in a vision he caught of the garden of meditation and repose that would be his when he returned to his own land. He sat with impassive face while the magistrate rendered the judgment. Likewise were the faces of his 4 companions impassive, and they remained impassive when the interpreter explained that the 5 of them had been found guilty of the murder of Chung Ga, and that Ah Chow should have his head cut off. Ah Cho served 20 years in prison in New Caledonia, Wang Li 12 years, and Ah Tong 10 years. There was no use in getting excited about it. Even Ah Chow remained expressionless as a mummy, though it was his head that was to be cut off. The magistrate added a few words, and the interpreter explained that Ah Chow's face, having been the most severely bruised by Schemmer's strap, had made his identification so positive that since one man must die, he might as well be that man. Also, the fact that Ah Cho's face likewise had been severely bruised, conclusively proving his presence at the murder, and his undoubted participation, had merited him the 20 years of penal servitude, and down to the 10 years of Ah Tong, the proportioned reason for each sentence was explained. Let the Chinagos take the lesson to heart, the court said finally, for they must learn that the law would be fulfilled in Tahiti, though the heavens fall. The 5 Chinagos were taken back to jail. They were not shocked nor grieved. The sentences being unexpected was quite what they were accustomed to in their dealings with the white devils. From them a Chinago rarely expected more than the unexpected. The heavy punishment for a crime they had not committed was no stranger than the countless strange things that white devils did. In the weeks that followed, Ah Cho often contemplated Ah Chow with mild curiosity. His head was to be cut off by the guillotine that was being erected on the plantation. For him there would be no declining years, no gardens of tranquility. Ah Cho philosophized and speculated about life and death. As for himself, he was not perturbed. 20 years was merely 20 years. By that much was his garden removed from him, that was all. He was young, and the patience of Asia was in his bones. He could wait those 20 years, and by that time the heats of his blood would be assuaged and he would be better fitted for that garden of calm delight. He thought of a name for it. He would call it the Garden of the Morning Calm. He was made happy all day by the thought, and he was inspired to devise a moral maxim on the virtue of patience, which maxim proved a great comfort, especially to Wang Li and Ah Tong. Ah Chow, however, did not care for the maxim. His head was to be separated from his body in so short a time that he had no need for patience to wait for that event. He smoked well, ate well, slept well, and did not worry about the slow passage of time. Cruchot was a gendarme. He had seen 20 years of service in the colonies, from Nigeria and Senegal to the South Seas, and those 20 years had not perceptibly brightened his dull mind. He was as slow-witted and stupid as in his peasant days in the south of France. He knew discipline and fear of authority, and from God down to the sergeant of gendarmes the only difference to him was the measure of slavish obedience which he rendered. In point of fact, the sergeant bulked bigger in his mind than God, except on Sundays when God's mouthpieces had their say. God was usually very remote, while the sergeant was ordinarily very close at hand. Cruchot it was who received the order from the Chief Justice to the jailer, commanding that functionary to deliver over to Cruchot the person of Ah Chow. Now it happened that the Chief Justice had given a dinner the night before to the captain and officers of the French man-of-war. His hand was shaking when he wrote out the order, and his eyes were aching so dreadfully that he did not read over the order. It was only a Chinago's life he was signing away, anyway, so he did not notice that he had omitted the final letter in Ah Chow's name. The order read Ah Chow, and when Cruchot presented the order, the jailer turned over to him the person of Ah Chow. Cruchot took that person beside him on the seat of a wagon behind 2 mules and drove away. Ah Chow was glad to be out in the sunshine. He sat beside the gendarme and beamed. He beamed more ardently than ever when he noted the mules headed south toward Atimaono. Undoubtedly Schemmer had sent for him to be brought back. Schemmer wanted him to work. Very well, he would work well. Schemmer would never have cause to complain. It was a hot day. There had been a stoppage of the trades. The mules sweated, Cruchot sweated, and Ah Chow sweated. But it was Ah Chow that bore the heat with the least concern. He had toiled 3 years under that sun on the plantation. He beamed and beamed with such genial good nature that even Cruchot's heavy mind was stirred to wonderment. "You are very funny," he said at last. Ah Chow nodded and beamed more ardently. Unlike the magistrate, Cruchot spoke to him in the Kanaka tongue, and this, like all Chinagos and all foreign devils, Ah Chow understood. "You laugh too much," Cruchot chided. "One's heart should be full of tears on a day like this." "I am glad to get out of the jail." "Is that all?" The gendarme shrugged his shoulders. "Is it not enough?" was the retort. "Then you are not glad to have your head cut off?" Ah Chow looked at him in abrupt perplexity and said, "Why, I am going back to Atimaono to work on the plantation for Schemmer. Are you not taking me to Atimaono?" Cruchot stroked his long mustaches reflectively. "Well, well," he said finally with a flick of the whip at the off mule. "So you don't know?" "Know what?" Ah Chow was beginning to feel vague alarm. "Won't Schemmer let me work for him any more?" "Not after today." Cruchot laughed heartily. It was a good joke. "You see, you won't be able to work after today. A man with his head cut off can't work, eh?" He poked the Chinago in the ribs and chuckled. Ah Chow maintained silence while the mules trotted a hot mile. Then he spoke. "Is Schemmer going to cut off my head?" Cruchot grinned as he nodded. "It is a mistake," said Ah Chow gravely. "I am not the Chinago that was to have his head cut off. I am Ah Chow. The honorable judge has determined that I am to stop 20 years in New Caledonia." The gendarme laughed. It was a good joke, this funny Chinago trying to cheat the guillotine. The mules trotted through a coconut grove, and for half a mile beside the sparkling sea, before Ah Chow spoke again. "I tell you I am not Ah Chow. The honorable judge did not say that my head was to go off." "Don't be afraid," said Cruchot, with the philanthropic intention of making it easier for his prisoner. "It is not difficult to die in that way." He snapped his fingers. "It is quick, like that. It is not like hanging on the end of a rope and kicking and making faces for 5 minutes. It is like killing a chicken with a hatchet. You cut its head off, that is all. And it is the same with a man. Poof, it is over. It doesn't hurt. You don't even think it hurts. You don't think. Your head is gone, so you cannot think. It is very good. That is the way I want to die. Quick. Ah, quick. You are lucky to die that way. You might get the leprosy and fall to pieces slowly, a finger at a time, and now and again a thumb, also the toes. I knew a man who was burned by hot water. It took him 2 days to die. You could hear him yelling a kilometer away. But you? Ah, so easy. Chick! The knife cuts your neck like that. It is finished. The knife may even tickle. Who can say? Nobody who died that way ever came back to say. He considered this last an excruciating joke, and permitted himself to be convulsed with laughter for half a minute. Part of his mirth was assumed, but he considered it his humane duty to cheer up the Chinago. "But I tell you I am Ah Chow," the other persisted. "I don't want my head cut off." Cruchot scowled. The Chinago was carrying the foolishness too far. "I am not Ah Chow," Ah Chow began. "That will do," the gendarme interrupted. He puffed up his cheeks and strove to appear fierce. "I tell you I am not," Ah Chow began again. "Shut up!" bawled Cruchot. After that they rode along in silence. It was 20 miles from Papeete to Atimaono, and over half the distance was covered by the time the Chinago again ventured into speech. "I saw you in the courtroom when the honorable judge sought after our guilt," he began. "Very good. And do you remember that Ah Chow, whose head is to be cut off, do you remember that he, Ah Chow, was a tall man? Look at me." He stood up suddenly, and Cruchot saw that he was a short man. And just as suddenly, Cruchot caught a glimpse of a memory picture of Ah Chow, and in that picture Ah Chow was tall. To the gendarme, all Chinagos looked alike. One face was like another. But between tallness and shortness he could differentiate, and he knew that he had the wrong man beside him on the seat. He pulled up the mules abruptly, so that the pole shot ahead of them, elevating their collars. "You see, it was a mistake," said Ah Cho, smiling pleasantly. But Cruchot was thinking. Already he regretted that he had stopped the wagon. He was unaware of the error of the Chief Justice, and he had no way of working it out. But he did know that he had been given this Chinago to take to Atimaono, and that it was his duty to take him to Atimaono. What if he was the wrong man and they cut his head off? It was only a Chinago when all was said, and what was a Chinago anyway? Besides, it might not be a mistake. He did not know what went on in the minds of his superiors. They knew their business best. Who was he to do their thinking for them? Once in the long ago he had attempted to think for them, and the sergeant had said, "Cruchot, you are a fool. The quicker you know that, the better you will get on. You are not to think, you are to obey, and leave thinking to your betters." He smarted under the recollection. Also, if he turned back to Papeete, he would delay the execution at Atimaono, and if he were wrong in turning back, he would get a reprimand from the sergeant who was waiting for the prisoner, and furthermore he would get a reprimand at Papeete as well. He touched the mules with the whip and drove on. He looked at his watch. He would be half an hour late as it was, and the sergeant was bound to be angry. He put the mules into a faster trot. The more Ah Cho persisted in explaining the mistake, the more stubborn Cruchot became. The knowledge that he had the wrong man did not make his temper better. The knowledge that it was through no mistake of his confirmed him in the belief that the wrong he was doing was right. And rather than incur the displeasure of the sergeant, he would willingly have assisted a dozen wrong Chinagos to their doom. As for Ah Cho, after the gendarme had struck him over the head with the butt of the whip and commanded him in a loud voice to shut up, there remained nothing for him to do but to shut up. The long ride continued in silence. Ah Cho pondered the strange ways of the foreign devils. There was no explaining them. What they were doing with him was a piece with everything they did. First they found guilty 5 innocent men, and next they cut off the head of the man who even they, in their benighted ignorance, had deemed meritorious of no more than 20 years' imprisonment. And there was nothing he could do. He could only sit idly and take what these lords of life measured out to him. Once he got in a panic, and the sweat upon his body turned cold, but he fought his way out of it. He endeavored to resign himself to his fate by remembering and repeating certain passages from the Yin Chuen, the Tract of the Quiet Way, but instead he kept seeing his dream garden of meditation and repose. This bothered him until he abandoned himself to the dream and sat in his garden listening to the tinkling of the wind bells in the several trees. And lo, sitting thus in the dream, he was able to remember and repeat the passages from the Tract of the Quiet Way. So the time passed nicely until Atimaono was reached, and the mules trotted up to the foot of the scaffold, in the shade of which stood the impatient sergeant. Ah Cho was hurried up the ladder of the scaffold. Beneath him, on one side, he saw assembled all the coolies of the plantation. Schemmer had decided that the event would be a good object lesson, and so had called in the coolies from the field and compelled them to be present. As they caught sight of Ah Cho, they gabbled among themselves in low voices. They saw the mistake, but they kept it to themselves. The inexplicable white devils had doubtlessly changed their minds. Instead of taking the life of one innocent man, they were taking the life of another innocent man. Ah Chow or Ah Cho, what did it matter which? They could never understand the white dogs any more than could the white dogs understand them. Ah Cho was going to have his head cut off, but they, when their 2 remaining years of servitude were up, were going back to China. Schemmer had made the guillotine himself. He was a handy man, and though he had never seen a guillotine, the French officials had explained the principle to him. It was on his suggestion that they had ordered the execution to take place at Atimaono instead of at Papeete. The scene of the crime, Schemmer had argued, was the best possible place for the punishment, and in addition, it would have a salutary influence upon the 500 Chinagos on the plantation. Schemmer had also volunteered to act as executioner, and in that capacity he was now on the scaffold, experimenting with the instrument he had made. A banana tree of the size and consistency of a man's neck lay under the guillotine. Ah Cho watched with fascinated eyes. The German, turning a small crank, hoisted the blade to the top of the little derrick he had rigged. A jerk on a stout piece of cord loosed the blade, and it dropped with a flash, neatly severing the banana trunk. "How does it work?" The sergeant, coming out on top of the scaffold, had asked the question. "Beautifully," was Schemmer's exultant answer. "Let me show you." Again he turned the crank that hoisted the blade, jerked the cord, and sent the blade crashing down on the soft tree. But this time it went no more than 2/3 of the way through. The sergeant scowled. "That will not serve," he said. Schemmer wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What it needs is more weight," he announced. Walking up to the edge of the scaffold, he called his orders to the blacksmith for a 25-pound piece of iron. As he stooped over to attach the iron to the broad top of the blade, Ah Cho glanced at the sergeant and saw his opportunity. "The honorable judge said that Ah Chow was to have his head cut off," he began. The sergeant nodded impatiently. He was thinking of the 15-mile ride before him that afternoon to the windward side of the island, and of Bertha, the pretty half-caste daughter of Lafiere, the pearl trader who was waiting for him at the end of it. "Well, I am not Ah Chow. I am Ah Cho. The honorable jailer has made a mistake. Ah Chow is a tall man, and you see I am short." The sergeant looked at him hastily and saw the mistake. "Schemmer," he called imperatively, "come here." The German grunted, but remained bent over his task till the chunk of iron was lashed to his satisfaction. "Is your Chinago ready?" he demanded. "Look at him," was the answer. "Is he the Chinago?" Schemmer was surprised. He swore tersely for a few seconds, and looked regretfully across at the thing he had made with his own hands and which he was eager to see work. "Look here," he said finally. "We can't postpone this affair. I've lost 3 hours' work already out of those 500 Chinagos. I can't afford to lose it all over again for the right man. Let's put the performance through just the same. It is only a Chinago." The sergeant remembered the long ride before him and the pearl trader's daughter, and debated with himself. "They will blame it on Cruchot if it is discovered," the German urged. "But there's little chance of it being discovered. Ah Chow won't give it away, at any rate." "The blame won't lie with Cruchot, anyway," the sergeant said. "It must have been the jailer's mistake." "Then let's go on with it. They can't blame us. Who can tell one Chinago from another? We can say that we merely carried out instructions with the Chinago that was turned over to us. Besides, I really can't take all these coolies a second time away from their labor." They spoke in French, and Ah Cho, who did not understand a word of it, nevertheless knew that they were determining his destiny. He knew, also, that the decision rested with the sergeant, and he hung upon that official's lips. "All right," announced the sergeant. "Go ahead with it. He is only a Chinago." "I'm going to try it once more, just to make sure." Schemmer moved the banana trunk forward under the knife, which he had hoisted to the top of the derrick. Ah Cho tried to remember maxims from the Tract of the Quiet Way. "Live in concord" came to him, but it was not applicable. He was not going to live. He was about to die. No, that would not do. "Forgive malice." Yes, but there was no malice to forgive. Schemmer and the rest were doing this thing without malice. It was to them merely a piece of work that had to be done, just as clearing the jungle, ditching the water, and planting cotton were pieces of work that had to be done. Schemmer jerked the cord, and Ah Cho forgot the Tract of the Quiet Way. The knife shot down with a thud, making a clean slice of the tree. "Beautiful!" exclaimed the sergeant, pausing in the act of lighting a cigarette. "Beautiful, my friend." Schemmer was pleased at the praise. "Come on, Ah Chow," he said in the Tahitian tongue. "But I am not Ah Chow," Ah Cho began. "Shut up," was the answer. "If you open your mouth again, I'll break your head." The overseer threatened him with a clenched fist, and he remained silent. What was the good of protesting? These foreign devils always had their way. He allowed himself to be lashed to the vertical board that was the size of his body. Schemmer drew the buckles tight, so tight that the straps cut into his flesh and hurt. But he did not complain. The hurt would not last long. He felt the board tilting over in the air toward the horizontal and closed his eyes. And in that moment he caught a last glimpse of his garden of meditation and repose. It seemed to him that he sat in the garden. A cool wind was blowing, and the bells in the several trees were tinkling softly. Also birds were making sleepy noises, and from beyond the high wall came the subdued sound of village life. Then he was aware that the board had come to rest, and from muscular pressures and tensions he knew that he was lying on his back. He opened his eyes. Straight above him he saw the suspended knife blazing in the sunshine. He saw the weight which had been added, and noted that one of Schemmer's knots had slipped. Then he heard the sergeant's voice in sharp command. Ah Cho closed his eyes hastily. He did not want to see that knife descend, but he felt it, for one great fleeting instant. And in that instant he remembered Cruchot and what Cruchot had said. But Cruchot was wrong. The knife did not tickle. That much he knew before he ceased to know. End of The Chinago by Jack London. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Civil Service in Florida. From Cobwebs from an Empty Skull by Ambrose Bierce. Writing as Dodd Grile. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Civil Service in Florida by Dodd Grile. Colonel Bulper was of a slumberous turn. Most people are not. They work all day and sleep all night, and are always in one or the other condition of unrest, and never slumber. Such persons, the colonel used to remark, are fit only for sentry duty. They are good to watch our property while we take our rest, and they take the property. But this tale is not of them. It is of Colonel Bulper. There was a fellow named Halsey, a practical joker and one of the most disagreeable of his class. He would remain broad awake for a year at a time, for no other purpose than to break other people of their natural rest. And I must admit that from the wreck of his faculties upon the rock of insomnia, he had somehow rescued a marvelous ingenuity and fertility of expedient. But this tale is not so much of him as of Colonel Bulper. At the time of which I write, the colonel was the collector of customs at a seaport town in Florida, United States. The climate there is perpetual summer. It never rains, nor anything, and there was no good reason why the colonel should not have enjoyed it to the top of his bent, as there was enough for all. In point of fact, the collectorship had been given him solely that he might repair his wasted vitality by a short season of unbroken repose, for during the presidential canvass, immediately preceding his appointment, he had been kept awake for a long time by means of strong tea, in order to deliver an able and exhaustive political argument prepared by the candidate, who was ultimately successful in spite of it. Halsey, who had favored the other aspirant, was a merchant and had nothing in the world to do but annoy the collector. If the latter could be kept away from him, the dignity of the office might have been preserved, and the object of the incumbent's appointment to it attained. But sneak away whithersoever he might, into the heart of the Dismal Swamp, or anywhere in the Everglades, some vagrom Indian or casual Negro was sure to stumble over him before long, and go and tell Halsey, securing a plug of tobacco for reward. Or, if he were not found in this way, some company was tolerably certain, in the course of time, to survey a line of railway athwart his leafy couch, and laying his prostrate trunk aside out of the way, send word to his persecutor, who, as soon as the line was as nearly completed as it ever would be, would come down on horseback with some diabolical device for waking the slumberer. I will confess that there is a subtle seeming of unlikelihood about all this, but in a land where Ponce de Leon searched for the fountain of youth, there is an air of unreality in everything. I can only say I had the story by me a long time, and it seems to me just as true as it was the day I wrote it. Sometimes the colonel would seek out a hillside with a southern exposure, but no sooner would he compose his members for a bit of slumber than Halsey would set about making inquiries for him, under pretense that a ship was en route from Liverpool, and the collector's signature might be required for her anchoring papers. Having traced him, which, owing to the meddlesome treachery of the venal natives, he was always able to do, Halsey would set off to Texas for a seed of a prickly pear, which he would plant exactly beneath the slumberer's body. This he called a triumph of modern engineering. As soon as the young vegetable had pushed its spines above the soil, of course the Colonel would have to get up and seek another spot, and this nearly always waked him. Upon one occasion the Colonel existed 5 consecutive days without slumber, traveling all day and sleeping in the weeds at night, to find an almost inaccessible crag, on the summit of which he hoped to be undisturbed until the action of the dew should wear away the rock all around his body, when he expected, and was willing, to roll off and wake. But even there Halsey found him out, and put eagle's eggs in his southern pocket to hatch. When the young birds were well grown, they pecked so sharply at the Colonel's legs that he had to give up and wring their necks. The malevolence of people who scorn slumber seems to be practically unlimited. At last the Colonel resolved upon revenge, and having dreamed out a feasible plan, proceeded to put it into execution. He had in the warehouse some government powder, and causing a keg of this to be conveyed into his private office, he knocked out the head. He next penned a note to Halsey, asking him to step down to the office upon important business, adding in a postscript, "As I am liable to be called out for a few moments at any time, in case you do not find me in, please sit down and amuse yourself with the newspaper until I return." He knew Halsey was in his counting house, and would certainly come if only to learn what signification a government official attached to the word business. Then the Colonel procured a brief candle and set it into the powder. His plan was to light the candle, dispatch a porter with the message, and bolt for home. Having completed his preparations, he leaned back in his easy chair and smiled. He smiled a long time, and even achieved a chuckle. For the first time in his life, he felt a serene sense of happiness in being particularly wide awake. Then, without moving from his chair, he ignited the taper, and put out his hand toward the bell cord to summon the porter. At this stage of his vengeance, the Colonel fell into a tranquil and refreshing slumber. There is nothing omitted here. That is merely the Colonel's present address. End of The Civil Service in Florida by Grile. The Fox and the Crow by George T. Lanigan. From Little Masterpieces of American Wit and Humor, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Fox and the Crow by George T. Lanigan. A crow, having secured a piece of cheese, flew with its prize to a lofty tree, and was preparing to devour the luscious morsel, when a crafty fox, halting at the foot of the tree, began to cast about for how he might obtain it. "How tasteful is your dress!" he cried, in willful feigned ecstasy. "It cannot surely be that your musical education has been neglected. Will you not oblige?" "I have a horrid cold," replied the crow, "and never sing without my music. But since you press me, at the same time I should add that I have read Aesop, and been there before." So saying, she deposited the cheese in a safe place on the limb of the tree, and favored him with a song. "Thank you," exclaimed the fox, trotting away, with a remark that Welsh rabbits never agreed with him, and were far inferior in quality to the animated variety. Moral: the foregoing fable is supported by a whole Gatling battery of morals. We are taught 1. That it pays to take the papers. 2. That invitation is not always the sincerest flattery. 3. That a stalled rabbit with contentment is better than no bread. And 4. That the aim of art is to conceal disappointment. The end of The Fox and the Crow by George T. Lanigan.
How to Tame a Turbulent Husband. An Anecdote from the 15th Century by Anonymous. From the Ladies' Companion, 1836-1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A tradesman who lived in a village near St. Albans had been twice married, and ill-treated his wives so as to cause their death. He sought a third, but as his brutality was well known in the place where he dwelt, he was obliged to go 50 miles off for a wife. He obtained one, and after he brought her home, all the neighbors came to visit her and acquaint her in what manner her husband used to treat his former wives. This somewhat surprised her, but she resolved to wait patiently till her lord and master should take it into his head to beat her. She did not wait long, for her husband was a terrible fellow. One morning he waited on his lady with a cudgel, and was preparing himself to make use of it. "Stop," said she. "I fancy that the right which you now pretend to have over me is not mentioned in the marriage contract. I declare to your worship you shall not exercise it." Such a distinct speech disconcerted her husband so much that he laid down his cudgel and only began to scold her. "Get out of my house," said he, "and let us share our goods." "Readily," she said, "and I am willing to leave you." And each began to set aside the movables. The lady loosens the curtains, and the gentleman unlocks an enormous trunk to fill it with his property. But as he was leaning over to place some articles at the bottom, she tripped up his heels, pushed him in, and locked the lid. Never was man in a greater passion than our hero. He threatened to kill her, and made more noise than a wild boar caught in a trap. She answered him very quietly, "My dear friend, pray be calm. Your passion may injure your health. Refresh yourself a little in this comfortable trunk, for I love you too much to let you out, now you are so outrageous." In the meantime she ordered her maid to make some custards and cream tarts, and when these were baked and ready, she sent round to all the neighboring gossips to come and partake of her collation. This was served up not on a table, but on the lid of the trunk. Heaven knows what pretty things the husband heard all these famous tattlers publish in his praise. In such a case a wise man must submit and give fair words. So did our friend in the chest. His language was soothing. He begged pardon, and cried for mercy. The ladies were so good as to forgive him and let him out of the trunk. To reward him for his good behavior, they handed him the remainder of the tarts. He was thus completely cured of his brutality, and was afterwards cited as a model for good husbands. So it was sufficient to say to those who were not so, "Take care of the trunk," to make them like himself, as gentle as lambs. End of How to Tame a Turbulent Husband, an Anecdote of the 15th Century. From the Ladies' Companion, 1836 and 1837.
Karma, from Japanese Fairy Tales by Grace James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Karma, from Japanese Fairy Tales by Grace James. A young man, Edo Tadawaki, was returning homeward after a journey which he had taken to the city of Kyoto. He made his way alone and on foot, and he went with his eyes bent upon the ground, for cares weighed him down, and his mind was full of the business which had taken him to Kyoto. Night found him upon a lonely road leading across a wild moor. Upon the moor were rocks and stones, with an abundance of flowers, for it was summertime, and here and there grew a great pine tree with gnarled trunk and crooked boughs. Tatewaki looked up and beheld the figure of a woman before him in the way. It was a slender girl dressed in a simple gown of blue cotton. Lightly she went along the lonely road in the deepening twilight. "I should say she is a serving maid of some gentle woman," Tatewaki said to himself. "The way is solitary, and the time is dreary for such a child as she." So the young man quickened his pace and came up with the maiden. "Child," he said very gently, "since we tread the same lonely path, let us be fellow travelers. For now the twilight passes, and it will soon be dark." The pretty maid turned to him with bright eyes and smiling lips. "Sir," she said, "my mistress will be glad indeed." "Your mistress?" said Tatewaki. "Why, sir, of a surety she will be glad because you are come." "Because I am come?" "Indeed, and indeed, the time has been long," said the serving maid. "But now she will think no more of that." "Will she not?" said Tatewaki. And on he went by the maid's side, walking as one in a dream. Presently the two of them came to a little house, not far from the roadside. Before the house was a small, fair garden, with a stream running through it and a stone bridge. About the house and the garden was a bamboo fence, and in the fence a wicker gate. "Here dwells my mistress," said the serving maid, and they went into the garden through the wicker gate. Now Tatewaki came to the threshold of the house. He saw a lady standing upon the threshold waiting. She said, "You have come at last, my lord, to give me comfort." And he answered, "I have come." When he had said this, he knew that he loved the lady, and had loved her since love was. "Oh, love, love," he murmured, "time is not for such as we." Then she took him by the hand, and they went into the house together, and into a room with white mats and a round latticed window. Before the window there stood a lily in a vessel of water. There the two held converse together. And after some time there was an old, ancient woman that came with Saki in a silver flagon, and she brought silver drinking cups, and all things needful. And Tatewaki and the lady drank the 3 times 3 together. When they had done this, the lady said, "Love, let us go out into the shine of the moon. See, the night is as green as an emerald." So they went and left the house and the small fair garden behind them. Or ever they had closed the wicker gate, the house and the garden and the wicker gate itself all faded away, dissolving in a faint mist. Not a sign of them was left. "Alas, what is this?" cried Tatewaki. "Let it be, dear love," said the lady, and smiled. "They pass, for we have no need of them." Then Tatewaki saw that he was alone with the lady upon a wild moor, and the tall lilies grew around them in a ring. So they stood the livelong night, not touching one another, but looking into each other's eyes most steadfastly. When the dawn came, the lady stirred and gave one deep sigh. Tatewaki said, "Lady, why do you sigh?" And when he asked her this, she unclasped her girdle, which was fashioned after the form of a golden-scaled dragon with translucent eyes. And she took the girdle and wound it 9 times about her love's arm. And she said, "O love, we part. These are the years until we meet again." So she touched the golden circles on his arm. Then Tatewaki cried aloud, "O love, who are you? Tell me your name." She said, "O love, what have we to do with names, you and I? I go to my people upon the plains. Do not seek for me there. Wait for me." When the lady had spoken, she faded slowly and grew ethereal, like a mist. And Tatewaki cast himself upon the ground and put out his hand to hold her sleeve. But he could not stay her, and his hand grew cold, and he lay still as one dead, all in the gray dawn. When the sun was up, he rose. "The plains," he said, "the low plains. There will I find her." So, with the golden token wound about his arm, fleeting, he sped down, down to the plains. He came to a broad river, where he saw folk standing on the green banks, and on the river there floated boats of fresh flowers, the red dianthus and the campanula, goldenrod and meadowsweet. And the people upon the river banks called to Tatewaki, "Stay with us. Last night was the night of souls. They came to earth and wandered where they would. The kind wind carried them. Today they return to Yomi. They go in their boats of flowers, and the river bears them. Stay with us, and bid the departing souls good speed." And Tatewaki cried, "May the souls have sweet passage. I cannot stay." So he came to the plains at last, but did not find his lady. Nothing at all did he find but a wilderness of ancient graves, with nettles overgrown and waving green grass. So Tatewaki went to his own place, and for 9 long years he lived a lonely man. The happiness of home and little children he never knew. "Ah, love," he said, not patiently I wait for you. Love, delay not your coming." And when the 9 years had passed, he was in his garden upon the night of souls. And looking up, he saw a woman that came toward him, threading her way through the paths of the garden. Lightly she came. She was a slender girl, dressed in a simple gown of blue cotton. Tatewaki stood up and spoke. "Child," he said very gently, "since we tread the same lonely road, let us be fellow travelers. For now the twilight passes, and it will soon be dark." The maid turned to him with bright eyes and smiling lips. "Sir," she said, "my mistress will be glad indeed." "Will she be glad?" said Tatewaki. "The time has been long." "Long and very weary," said Tatewaki. "But now you will think no more of that." "Take me to your mistress," said Tatewaki. "Guide me, for I cannot see any more. Hold me, for my limbs fail. Do not leave go my hand, for I am afraid. Take me to your mistress," said Tatewaki. The End of Karma, by Grace James. Love and Advertising by Richard Walton Tully. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Love and Advertising by Richard Walton Tully. "I do not demand," said Mr. Pepper. "I simply suggest a change. If you wish me to resign—" His self-deprecating manner bespoke an impossible supposition. "Very well, but if you see fit to find me a new assistant—" He paused with an interrogatory cough. It was the senior partner who answered, "We shall consider the matter." The advertising manager's lean face took on an expression of satisfaction. He bowed and disappeared through the door. Young Kaufman, the junior partner, smiled covertly. But the elder man's face bespoke keen disappointment, for it must be explained that Mr. Pepper's simple announcement bore vitally upon the only dissension that had ever visited the firm of Kaufman and Houghton during the 30 years of its existence. In 1875, when John Houghton, fresh from college, had come to visit New York to find his fortune, the elder Kaufman had been a candy manufacturer with a modest trade on the East Side. Young Houghton had taken the agency of a glucose firm. The disposal of its product had brought the two together, with the result that a partnership had been formed to carry on a wholesale confectionery business. Success in this venture had led to new and more profitable ends, the chewing gum trade. The rise to wealth of these two was the result of the careful plotting of the German workmen, who kept the K&H products up to an invariable standard, joined with the other's energy and acumen in marketing the output. And this mutual relationship had been disturbed by but one difference. When Houghton was disposed to consider a college man for a vacancy, Kaufman, who had always been ready with his "practical man that has worked his way," and every time in respect to his wishes, Houghton had given in, reflecting that perhaps, as Kaufman said, it had been that he himself was a good businessman in spite of his college training, not because of it. And after all, college ideals had sunk since his time, and the college applicant had been sent away. Young Jonathan Kaufman graduated from grammar school. Houghton suggested high school and college. "What? Nein," said the elder Kaufman. "I show him how better the gum to make." And he did. He put on an apron, as of yore, and started his son under his personal supervision in the washing room. He took off his apron when Jonathan knew all about handling chicle products, from import bag to tinfoil wrapper. Then he died. And this year troublesome conditions had come on. The Consolidated Pepsin people were cutting in severely. Houghton, now senior partner, had proposed, and young Kaufman agreed, that an advertising expert be secured. But the agreement ended there. For the first words of the junior partner showed Houghton that the spirit of the father was still sitting at the desk opposite, and smiling that same fat, phlegmatic smile at his supposed weakness for "dose college business." They had compromised upon Mr. Pepper, secured from Simpkins' Practical Advertising School. But at the end of 6 months, Pepper's so-called follow-up campaign had failed to meet materially the steady inroads of the Western men. He had explained that it was the result of his need for an assistant. It was determined to give him one. Then, one night as he sat in his library, John Houghton had looked into a pair of blue eyes and promised to "give Tom Brainard the chance." In consequence, he had his hair tousled, been given a resounding kiss, and a crushing hug from the young lady on his knees. For Dorothy Houghton, despite her 19 years, still claimed that privilege from her father. In that way, for the first time, a college man had come to be employed at K&H, and been made an assistant to Mr. Pepper at the salary he demanded. Any old thing to start the ball rolling. And now had come the information that the senior partner's long-desired experiment had ended in failure. Young Grothmann turned to his work with the air of one who has given a child its own way and seen it come to grief. I suppose, said Grothmann slowly, we'll have to let Brainerd go. And then a peculiar thing happened. Through the open window, floating in the summer air, he seemed to see a familiar figure. It was dressed in fluffy white and carried a parasol over its shoulder. It fluttered calmly in, seated itself on the sill, and gazed at him with blue eyes that were serious, reproachful. "Daddy," it said, and it brushed away a wisp of hair by its ear, just as another one long ago had used to. "Daddy," it faltered, "why did I ask you to give him a place, if it wasn't because... The spell was broken by Grothmann's voice. "Whatever you do, I am suited," he was saying. It might have been his father. "But if what Pepper says about Brainerd..." The senior partner straightened up and pushed a button. "Yes, but we haven't heard what Brainerd said about Pepper." Several moments later, Tom Brainerd entered. Medium-sized and muscled, he was dressed in a loose-fitting suit that by its very cut told his training. He stood between them as Mr. Pepper had done, but there was nothing of the other's ingratiating diffidence in his level look. "Sit down, Brainerd," said Houghton. The newcomer did so, and the senior partner marked an attitude of laziness and indifference. Houghton became stern. "Brainerd," he began, "I gave you a chance with us because..." He paused. The other colored. "I had hoped to make good without that." "But this morning Mr. Pepper..." "Said we couldn't get along together. That's true." "Ah, you admit it," said Grothmann. "Yes." There was a pause. Then Houghton spoke. "I can't tell you how much this disappoints me, Brainerd. The fact is, for years I have tried to shut my eyes to the development of college training. In my time, there was not the call for practicality that there is today. Yet it seems to me that the training in our colleges has grown less and less practical. Why do the colleges turn out men who spend their time in personal gossip over sport or trivialities? You remember that the King of Spain, or was it Cambodia, puzzled his wise men for a year as to why a fish, when dropped in a full pail of water, didn't make it overflow. What has that got to do with it? Because I must answer as the king did. It's not so. The pail does overflow. They hadn't thought to try it. You mean that I am wrong? Yes. Are you sure your gossips were college men? Ah, Houghton said with a gesture to his partner, who was about to speak. Then let us commence at the root of the matter. Mr. Grothmann and I have often discussed the subject. In this case, you are the one who has tried it. Suppose you explain our mistake. I'd be glad to do that, said Brainerd, because I've heard a lot of that talk. Well? Well, of course, when I say college man, I mean college graduate. Why? If a kitten crawls into an oven, is it a biscuit? There was an earnestness that robbed the question of any flippancy. Houghton laughed. No. If a dub does a college and gets flunked out in a month, is he a college man? Hardly. Oh, but he calls himself one. He goes to Podunk all decorated up with geraniums, and the rest of his life is a college man. I'm not talking about him or the man who comes to college to learn to mix cocktails inside. He may last to the junior year. I'm talking about the graduate. They're only about 1/10 of the college, but they're the finished product. Mr. Grothmann, I wouldn't try to sell gum that had only gone as far as the rolling room. Would you? What? Me? Would you? No. The junior partner was puzzled. That's because you wanted to go through all the processes. Well, let's talk about the boy who has gone all the way through the man factory. Houghton nodded. That's fair. The trouble is, people don't do that. They persist in butting into the college world, jerking out some sophomore celebration, and saying, "What is this silly thing in the real world?" Well, aren't they right? No, that's just the point. The college world is a mimic world, and your lifetime is just 4 years. A sophomore celebration is a practical thing there. Perhaps it's teaching loyalty. That generally comes first. That's your college rolling room. But the graduate, he'd learn to do something well. I never knew a college man who wasn't at least responsible. But here's the trouble. After selecting, say, 200 fellows out of an entering bunch of 600 and developing the thing each is best fitted for, father steps in, and the boy who would make a first-class professor is put into business and blamed for being impractical. The fellow who has been handling thousands of dollars in college management and running 20 assistants, the man who could have taken the place, has no father to give him the boost necessary. And the other man's failure has queered his chances. He has to go to work as a mere clerk under a man. Excuse me, I don't want to do any knocking. You think the whole trouble is caused by misdirected nepotism? Yes. Ah, said young Kaufman. But you say that you were trained in advertising on your college paper. Yes, and I was going to tell you today, if Mr. Pepper hadn't, that the money you're paying for me is utterly wasted. Ah. Yes, I can't look in the face of a hungry designer and beat him down to within $1 of the cost of materials. And my suggestion on broader lines doesn't seem to cause much hurrah. Well, the junior partner sat up, since you admit, he paused for his partner to speak the words of discharge. But Houghton was looking quizzically at the college man. What was your idea as to broader lines? Brainerd hesitated. Well, it seems to me that Pepper is trying to do two things that are antagonistic. Be elite and sell chewing gum. The fact is that elite people don't chew gum. I'd like to know how the statement, "Old Tulu, best by test," will make a kid on a corner with a cent in his fist have an attack of mouth-watering. Kaufman roused himself. It is true, our gum is the best. I'm not disputing that, but still, it's gum. If you're trying to increase the vulgar habit of gum chewing, well, you can't do it by advertising the firm's financial standing, its age, or the purity of its output. That would do for an insurance company or a bank. But gum? Who cares for purity? All they want to know is if it's schmeckengut. This last with a humorous glance at Kaufman. The latter was scowling. Brainerd was touching a tender spot. Well, what would you do? Brainerd flushed. He felt the tone of sarcasm in the elder man's voice. He tightened his lips. At least I'd change the name of the gum. Change the name? Kaufman was horrified. Well, nobody wants Old Tulu. They want New Tulu or Fresh Tasting Tulu. At least something to appeal to the imagination of Sadie at the ribbon counter. Oh, observed Kaufman. And the name you suggest? Well, say something like Lulu Tulu. Gott! Kaufman struck the desk a blow with his fist. It was an insult to his father's memory. Brainerd rose. I'm sorry, he said, if I have offended. To save you any further bother, I'll just cut it out after Saturday. I thank you for the chance. He smiled a little ruefully. The chance you have given me. Good day, gentlemen. He turned on his heel and left the office. As John Houghton was driving home that night, he became suddenly conscious that he would soon meet the apparition of the afternoon in the flesh. And though, of course, there was no need, he found himself rehearsing the justification of his position. Lulu Tulu, indeed. Imagine the smile that would have illuminated the faces at the club on such an announcement. The impudence of the boy to have suggested it to him. Him, who had so often held forth upon the value of conservatism in business. And he remembered with pride the speaker who had once said, "It is such solid vertebrae as John Houghton that form the backbone of our business world." That speaker had been Bender, of the New York Dynamo Company. Poor Bender. The Western Electric Construction had got him after all. This line of thought caused Houghton to reach in his pocket and produce a letter. He went over the significant part again. "Our Mr. Burns reports the clinching of the subway vending machine contract," it read. "And this, together with our business, will give us over half of the New York trade. With this statement before us, we feel that we can make a winning fight if you still refuse to consider our terms. In view of recent developments, we cannot repeat our former offer, but if you will consider 67 as a figure—" 67, and a year before he would not have taken 110. In the bitterness of the moment, he wondered if he, too, would finally go the way that Bender had. And then, as the butler swung the door back, he was recalled to the matter of Tom Brainard by the sight of a familiar figure that floated toward him as airily as it had its astral self that afternoon. He kissed her and went to his study. Just before dinner was not a time to discuss such things. But later, as he looked across the candelabra at his daughter, all smiles and happiness in that seat that had been her mother's, he regretted that he had not, "Daddy," Dorothy was saying, "I've got such a funny note from Tom this afternoon. He said there had been a change at the office, and that you will explain." "Yes." "Well," she paused eagerly, "it's something awfully good, I know." Her father frowned and caught her eye. "Later," he said significantly. The girl read the tone, and the gaiety of the moment before was gone. After that, they ate in silence. 1 cigar, 2 cigars had been smoked when she stole into the library. Since coffee, whether from design or chance he never knew, she had rearranged her hair. Now it was low on her neck in the fashion of long ago, with a single curl that strayed over the white shoulder to her bosom. She knelt at his side without a word. He looked down at her. Somehow he had never seen her like this before. That curious womanly expression. "Tell me," was all she said. And, as he told Tom Brainard's failure to fit in, he watched her closely. "I'm sorry," he concluded. "So am I, Daddy," she returned steadily, "because I'm going to marry him." "What?" "Oh, you knew, you must have," she said, "when I asked you to give him the chance." The father was silent. In fancy he again heard Dorothy Warner promising, against her parents' advice, to wait for her John to get on in the world. "Well," he said, "do you think you've given him a fair chance?" He was restored to his usual poise. "I suppose he'd complain that I didn't." Dorothy's eyes went wild. "No, he said that after I had heard the news from you, he would leave everything to me." "Oh, but, Father, I don't think you've been fair. Tom is right. I don't chew gum, do I?" "Well," he said indignantly. Then he stopped thoughtfully. "No." "But Mary downstairs does. She wouldn't be offended by Lulu Tulu. I dare say she'd think it was just grand." He returned no answer. "Come, Daddy," she went on, "New York has grown lots, ever since I was little. And some people get behind the times. They think they're being dignified when it's only that they're antiquated." He looked shrewdly at her. "I've never heard you talk like that before. Where did you—" Tom said that a week ago, she admitted. And he said, too, that he could double the results if he only had full swing. Instead, you admit he's a mere clerk to that horrid Pepper. Oh, Daddy, Daddy, she pleaded. Give him a chance. Then her voice went low again. I'm going to marry him anyway, she said, and you don't want this between. If he fails, I'll stand the loss from what Mother left me. Give him full swing. A real chance, Daddy. He's going to be your son. John Houghton looked into the earnest, girlish face. He wound the curl around his finger. Kaufmann has always wanted to visit the fatherland, he said irrelevantly. She gave a quick, eager look. And that Pepper could go on vacation. Days dragged very slowly at a summer resort, especially when one has promised not to write to him. But Dorothy's father had kept his word, so she could but do the same. Besides, in the sweltering city, in full charge for 6 weeks, was Tom Brainard. His authority included permission to invent and use any new labels or trademarks he saw fit. The girl at the seashore, however, was also busy, amusing her father that he might not give too much time to thinking. And then, when 3 of the 6 weeks had passed, came the accident to the motor car. She was told that with rest and no worries, her father would recover in a week or 2. She cheerfully fitted into the role of assistant to the nurse in charge, and, as soon as the doctor allowed, prepared to read his mail to him as he lay, eyes and head bandaged. But as she opened and glanced over the accumulated letters, she suddenly went pale. She read one in particular from end to end, and then, with a scared, furtive look at the bandaged figure, slipped it into a pocket. Later, when her father had finished dictating to her, she answered the concealed letter herself. Again the days drifted. The bandages were removed, but still the girl continued to scan the mail. Her vigilance was rewarded. She flushed over a second letter which, with one in a worn envelope, she took to her father. He saw the careworn expression. My little girl has been overworked, he said. She held out the worn letter. I had this for some time, but I waited for something more, and here it is. She showed the other. He took the first, and when he had finished, his hand was trembling. I regret to report that things are in chaos, it ran. All of the regular advertising has been withdrawn. The usual entertainment money for salesmen classed under this head has been stopped. In consequence, our city trade has tumbled fearfully, and you know how bad it was before. The worst news I have to offer is in regard to Mr. Brainard personally. Our detective reports that his time outside is spent in the most questionable company. He has been seen drinking at roof gardens with a certain dissipated pugilist named Little Sullivan, and was traced with this man to the apartment of a song and dance woman named Violetta. He seems to be spending money extravagantly, and visits certain bohemian quarters in the vicinity of Jones Street, where he puts in his time with disreputable-looking men. I beg leave to advise immediate action. Mowbray. My God, groaned Houghton. This explained that derisive offer of 51 from Consolidated Pepsin. And you kept this from me? They said not to worry you, she said. I've had enough for 2. Besides, I answered it. You did? What? I told them to wait a little longer. The father groaned again. I just had to, Daddy. And then today this letter came. He seized it eagerly. It read, You were right about waiting. Suspend all action. What does it mean? She asked. We'll find out tomorrow, he answered grimly. The 4:30 train gave John Houghton just time to reach the office before it closed. Dorothy went home. Her father, roused by the evil news of the day before, had impressed her with all that it might mean in a material way. As though that mattered. As though anything could hurt her more. She would have been willing to go with Tom Brainard in rags before. But now... She sat by the telephone with clenched fists, her traveling veil still pushed up on her hat. The lines that had come into her face during the past week deepened with the dusk. At last, a long, sharp ring. Yes, Father. Not dine at home. Meet you at Yolland. A guess. Yes, but about Tom. What? 7:30. But about Tom, Dad. Goodbye. But, Daddy. It was no use. He had hung up. She called feverishly for the office, but the reply was, "They do not answer." Mechanically, she went up to her room. "The blue mousseline, Susan," she said. As the maid laid it out, she walked the floor. Through the window, the park lay green and inviting. She longed to fly to the cool grass and run and run. From below came the loud, rasping notes of a street piano that, in some incomprehensible fashion, had wandered to the deserted row of houses. The noise, for all that there was a pleasing swing in the air, irritated her. She threw the man a quarter. "Go away," she waved. At last the maid said her mistress was ready, and Dorothy, without questioning the decision, allowed herself to be put into the brougham. The drive seemed hours long. Then her father's face told her nothing. Without a word he led her to the reception room. As they entered, a figure sprang to meet them. For a moment she hesitated. Then, "Tom?" she cried, and caught his hand. He saw the whiteness of her face, and all the yearnings of their separation matched it upon his. "Dorothy?" he faltered. Her father interrupted. "Tom is to explain how he has quadrupled our business in the last week." A sudden weakness seized her. She followed them unsteadily. Seated at the table, however, she was able to smile again. At that moment the orchestra struck up and suddenly caught her attention. Tum-ta-tum, tum-ta-tum, tum, that haunting, swinging melody of the street piano. "What tune is that?" she asked. Brainard smiled. "That is a tune that has suddenly become popular. Any night you might see hundreds of East Side children dancing on the asphalt and singing it." "Yes," she said. "I heard it on a street piano. It's called," he went on, "My Lulu Tulu Girl. All the grinders have it. Bill Tompkins, Naughty 3, who lives in the Jones Street Social Development, worked that for me. Those Dagos worship him. Saved a kid's life or something." A light came into John Houghton's eyes. "That's part of the scheme. Aspwell wrote the song. I found him down in Bohemia working on an opera. But for the sake of the old days, in the senior extravaganza, he turned off My Lulu Tulu Girl. You know those orders on your desk for our new brand, Lulu Tulu? The song was introduced 2 weeks ago at the Metropolitan Roof by Violetta, a young lady who married our old football trainer, Little Sullivan. We'll hear her later. I have tickets. Then we'll go to Lath's. There's a turn there by Jim Bailey and his 6 Lulu Tulu girls. Rather vulgar. While they dance, they chew gum and perform calisthenics with it. But it seems to go. Then, Tom, after we've dined, I'll show you our regular magazine and newspaper advertising in the reading room. Double space. You see, I couldn't ask you to increase, so I stopped it for a time and saved it up. But I hope you'll stand for it regularly. It's mainly pictures of Miss Lulu Tulu in a large fedora hat, with a verse below apostrophizing the poetry of motion of her jaws. Then there's a line of limericks about the adventures of the Lulu Tulu gummies, small gum-headed tykes, always in trouble until they find Lulu. I got Phillips to do that as a personal favor. Also knowed you something, I suppose, remarked Houghton. Yes, but he graduated before my time. I knew his work from the college annual. He's in the magazines now. Then I got Professor Wheaton, Jimmy the Grind, we used to call him. His folks wanted him to be a poet. Imagine Jimmy a poet. I got Professor Wheaton to give us some readers on Tulu as a salivary stimulant, the healthful effect of pure saliva on food production, and the degenerative effect of artificially relieving an organ of its proper functions. That hit the pepsin people, you see. And so it ran until he had covered his plan fully and Dorothy's face with happy smiles. Tom, said the father, if I had opened that letter instead of Dolly. Dorothy suddenly became demure under their gaze and sought to change the subject. Then you admit, Daddy, that a college man is of some use. I'll admit that Tom got the business, but that was because he is naturally clever and businesslike, not because... Just a moment, said Brainerd. I think I can show that you're mistaken. I found out that Pepper was doing the wrong thing, by the first rule of criticism, freshman English. What is the author trying to do? Does he do it? Is it worth doing? Substitute advertising man for author, and you have a business that is worth doing, since you continue it. And by the other two questions, I saw his incongruity of subject matter and expression. My economics taught me the law of supply and demand. Analytical research of original authorities taught me where the demand was. There was only the problem of a cause to stimulate it. Through deductive logic and psychology, I got the cause that would appeal, and the effect worked out in an increased demand, which we were ready to supply, just like a problem in math. The elder man smiled. I don't understand a word you said, but it seems to have worked well. In the future, bring in as many of your naughty friends as we need. I'll answer for Kaufman. The other shook his head. I'm not sure they would be any too anxious. Houghton gasped in surprise. What's that? They would not be anxious to go into business? Why not? Why not? There was equal amazement in the young man's tone. Would you be anxious to leave a place where you are surrounded by friends you've tried? Friends that won't stab you in the back the next minute and call it a business deal? Where you're respected and in control of things, and plunge out to become a freshman in the world life, to do the sorting and trying all over again? I remember. And besides, what right has anyone to assume that business is above art, charity, or even mere learning? Billy Tompkins in the slums helping Dagoes is a failure to his father. So is Aspwell with his opera. So is Williams with his spectacles in his lab. But who knows? When the great business is finally balanced, he stopped, conscious that he was growing too rhetorical. If you love college ideals so much more than business, observed Houghton, then why did you come to us? A different light stole into the young man's eyes. Because, he answered, because I love something else better than either. And he reached his hand under the cloth to one who understood. That is all, except that the next offer from Consolidated Pepsin was, will you please name your own terms? The end of Love and Advertising by Richard Walton Tully.
The Lumber Room by Hector Munro, popularly known as Saki. The children were to be driven as a special treat to the sands at Jackborough. Nicholas was not to be of the party. He was in disgrace. Only that morning he had refused to eat his wholesome bread and milk on the seemingly frivolous ground that there was a frog in it. Older and wiser and better people had told him that there could not possibly be a frog in his bread and milk, and that he was not to talk nonsense. He continued, nevertheless, to talk what seemed the veriest nonsense, and described with much detail the coloration and the markings of the alleged frog. The dramatic part of the incident was that there really was a frog in Nicholas's basin of bread and milk. He had put it there himself, so he felt entitled to know something about it. The sin of taking a frog from the garden and putting it into a bowl of wholesome bread and milk was enlarged on at great length. But the fact that stood out clearest in the whole affair, as it presented itself to the mind of Nicholas, was that the older, wiser, and better people had been proved to be profoundly in error in matters about which they had expressed the utmost assurance. "You said there couldn't possibly be a frog in my bread and milk. There was a frog in my bread and milk," he repeated, with the insistence of a skilled tactician who does not intend to shift from favorable ground. So, his boy cousin and girl cousin and his quite uninteresting younger brother were to be taken to Jagborough Sands that afternoon, and he was to stay at home. His cousin's aunt, who insisted by an unwarranted stretch of imagination in styling herself his aunt also, had hastily invented the Jagborough expedition in order to impress on Nicholas the delights that he had justly forfeited by his disgraceful conduct at the breakfast table. It was her habit, whenever one of the children fell from grace, to improvise something of a festival nature from which the offender would be rigorously debarred. If all the children sinned collectively, they were suddenly informed of a circus in a neighbouring town, a circus of unrivalled merit and uncounted elephants, to which, but for their depravity, they would have been taken that very day. A few decent tears were looked for on the part of Nicholas when the moment of the departure of the expedition arrived. As a matter of fact, however, all the crying was done by his girl cousin, who scraped her knee rather painfully against the step of the carriage as she was scrambling in. "How she did howl!" said Nicholas cheerfully, as the party drove off, without any of the elation of high spirits that should have characterized it. "She'll soon get over that," said the soi-disant aunt. "It will be a glorious afternoon for racing about over those beautiful sands. How they will enjoy themselves!" "Bobby won't enjoy himself much, and he won't race much either," said Nicholas, with a grim chuckle. "His boots are hurting him. They're too tight." "Why didn't he tell me they were hurting?" asked the aunt with some asperity. "He told you twice, but you weren't listening. You often don't listen when we tell you important things." "You are not to go into the gooseberry garden," said the aunt, changing the subject. "Why not?" demanded Nicholas. "Because you are in disgrace," said the aunt loftily. Nicholas did not admit the flawlessness of the reasoning. He felt perfectly capable of being in disgrace and in a gooseberry garden at the same moment. His face took on an expression of considerable obstinacy. It was clear to his aunt that he was determined to get into the gooseberry garden. "Only," as she remarked to herself, "because I have told him he is not to." Now, the gooseberry garden had 2 doors by which it might be entered, and once a small person like Nicholas could slip in there, he could effectually disappear from view, amid the masking growth of artichokes, raspberry canes, and fruit bushes. The aunt had many other things to do that afternoon, but she spent an hour or two in trivial gardening operations among flower beds and shrubberies, whence she could watch the 2 doors that led to the forbidden paradise. She was a woman of few ideas, with immense powers of concentration. Nicholas made 1 or 2 sorties into the front garden, wriggling his way with obvious stealth of purpose towards one or the other of the doors, but never able for a moment to evade the aunt's watchful eye. As a matter of fact, he had no intention of trying to get into the gooseberry garden, but it was extremely convenient for him that his aunt should believe that he had. It was a belief that would keep her on self-imposed sentry duty for the greater part of the afternoon. Having thoroughly confirmed and fortified her suspicions, Nicholas slipped back into the house and rapidly put into execution a plan of action that had long germinated in his brain. By standing on a chair in the library, one could reach a shelf on which reposed a fat, important-looking key. The key was as important as it looked. It was the instrument which kept the mysteries of the lumber room secure from unauthorized intrusion, which opened a way only for aunts and such like privileged persons. Nicholas had not had much experience of the art of fitting keys into keyholes and turning locks, but for some days past he had practiced with the key of the schoolroom door. He did not believe in trusting too much to luck and accident. The key turned stiffly in the lock, but it turned. The door opened, and Nicholas was in an unknown land, compared with which the gooseberry garden was a stale delight, a mere material pleasure. Often and often Nicholas pictured to himself what the lumber room might be like, that region that was so carefully sealed from youthful eyes, and concerning which no questions were ever answered. It came up to his expectations. In the first place, it was large and dimly lit, one high window opening into the forbidden garden, being its only source of illumination. In the second place, it was a storehouse of unimagined treasures. The aunt, by assertion, was one of those people who think that things spoil by use, and consign them to dust and damp by way of preserving them. Such parts of the house as Nicholas knew best were rather bare and cheerless, but here there were wonderful things for the eye to feast on. First and foremost, there was a piece of framed tapestry that was evidently meant to be a fire screen. To Nicholas, it was a living, breathing story. He sat down on a roll of Indian hangings, glowing in wonderful colors beneath a layer of dust, and took in all the details of the tapestry picture. A man dressed in the hunting costume of some remote period had just transfixed a stag with an arrow. It could not have been a difficult shot, because the stag was only 1 or 2 paces away from him. In the thickly growing vegetation that the picture suggested, it would not have been difficult to creep up to a feeding stag. And the 2 spotted dogs that were springing forward to join in the chase had evidently been trained to keep to heel till the arrow was discharged. That part of the picture was simple, if interesting. But did the huntsman see what Nicholas saw? That 4 galloping wolves were coming in his direction through the wood? There might be more than 4 of them hidden behind the trees, and, in any case, would the man and his dogs be able to cope with the 4 wolves if they made an attack? The man had only 2 arrows left in his quiver, and he might miss with one or both of them. All one knew about his skill in shooting was that he could hit a large stag at a ridiculously short range. Nicholas sat for many golden minutes, revolving the possibilities of the scene. He was inclined to think that there were more than 4 wolves, and the man and his dogs were in a tight corner. But there were other objects of delight and interest claiming his instant attention. There were quaint twisted candlesticks in the shape of snakes, and a teapot fashioned like a china duck, out of whose open beak the tea was supposed to come. How dull and shapeless the nursery teapot seemed in comparison! And there was a carved sandalwood box, packed tight with aromatic cotton wool, and between the layers of cotton wool were little brass figures, hump-necked bulls and peacocks and goblins, delightful to see and to handle. Less promising in appearance was a large square book with plain black covers. Nicholas peeped into it, and behold, it was full of coloured pictures of birds. And such birds! In the garden and in the lanes where he went for a walk, Nicholas came across a few birds, of which the largest were an occasional magpie or wood pigeon. Here were herons and bustards, kites, toucans, tiger bitterns, brush turkeys, ibises, golden pheasants, a whole portrait gallery of undreamed of creatures. And as he was admiring the colouring of a mandarin duck and assigning a life history to it, the voice of his garden in shrill vociferation of his name came from the gooseberry garden without. She had grown suspicious at his long disappearance, and had leapt to the conclusion that he had climbed over the wall behind the sheltering screen of lilac bushes. She was now engaged in energetic and rather hopeless search for him among the artichokes and raspberry canes. "Nicholas! Nicholas!" she screamed. "You are to come out of this at once. There's no use trying to hide there. I can see you all the time." It was probably the first time for 20 years that anyone had smiled in that lumber room. Presently, the angry repetitions of Nicholas's name gave way to a shriek and a cry for somebody to come quickly. Nicholas shut the book, restored it carefully to its place in a corner, and shook some dust from a neighbouring pile of newspapers over it. Then he crept from the room, locked the door, and replaced the key exactly where he had found it. His aunt was still calling his name when he sauntered into the front garden. "Who's calling?" he asked. "Me," came the answer from the other side of the wall. "Didn't you hear me? I've been looking for you in the gooseberry garden, and I've slipped into the rainwater tank. Luckily, there's no water in it, but the sides are slippery, and I can't get out. Fetch the little ladder from under the cherry tree." "I was told I wasn't to go into the gooseberry garden," said Nicholas promptly. "I told you not to, and now I tell you that you may," came the voice from the rainwater tank, rather impatiently. "Your voice doesn't sound like Aunt's," objected Nicholas. "You may be the evil one tempting me to be disobedient. Aunt often tells me that the evil one tempts me, and that I always yield. This time I'm not going to yield." "Don't talk nonsense," said the prisoner in the tank. "Go and fetch the ladder." "Will there be strawberry jam for tea?" asked Nicholas innocently. "Certainly there will be," said the aunt, privately resolving that Nicholas should have none of it. "Now I know you are the evil one and not Aunt," shouted Nicholas gleefully. "When we asked Aunt for strawberry jam yesterday, she said there wasn't any. I know there are 4 jars of it. In the store cupboard because I looked, and of course you know it's there. But she doesn't because she said there wasn't any. Oh, devil, you've sold yourself." There was an unusual sense of luxury in being able to talk to an aunt as though one was talking to the evil one. But Nicholas knew, with childish discernment, that such luxuries were not to be overindulged in. He walked noisily away, and it was a kitchen maid in search of parsley who eventually rescued the aunt from the rainwater tank. Tea that evening was partaken of in a fearsome silence. The tide had been at its highest when the children had arrived at Jagborough Cove, so there had been no sands to play on, a circumstance that Aunt had overlooked in the haste of organizing her punitive expedition. The tightness of Bobby's boots had had a disastrous effect on his temper the whole of the afternoon, and altogether the children could not have been said to have enjoyed themselves. The aunt maintained the frozen muteness of one who has suffered undignified and unmerited detention in a rainwater tank for 35 minutes. As for Nicholas, he too was silent, in the absorption of one who has much to think about. It was just possible, he considered, that the huntsman would escape with his hounds, while the wolves feasted on the stricken stag. End of The Lumber Room by Saki.
The Madness of Andelsprutz by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit us at LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in September 2018. I first saw the city of Andelsprutz on an afternoon in spring. The day was full of sunshine as I came by the way of the fields, and all the morning I had said, "There will be sunlight on it when I see for the first time the beautiful conquered city whose fame has so often made for me lovely dreams." Suddenly I saw its fortifications lifting out of the fields, and behind them stood its belfries. I went in by a gate and saw its houses and streets, and a great disappointment came upon me. For there is an air about a city, and it has a way with it, whereby a man may recognize one from another at once. There are cities full of happiness, and cities full of pleasure, and cities full of gloom. There are cities with their faces to heaven, and some with their faces to earth. Some have a way of looking at the past, and others look at the future. Some notice you if you come among them, others glance at you, others let you go by. Some love the cities that are their neighbors, others are dear to the plains and to the heath. Some cities are bare to the wind, others have purple cloaks, and others brown cloaks, and some are clad in white. Some tell the old tales of their infancy, with others it is secret. Some cities sing and some mutter, some are angry, and some have broken hearts, and each city has her way of greeting time. I had said, "I will see Andelsprutz arrogant with her beauty," and I had said, "I will see her weeping over her conquest." I had said, "She will sing songs to me, and she will be reticent, and she will be all robed, and she will be bare but splendid." But the windows of Andelsprutz in her houses looked vacantly over the plains, like the eyes of a dead madman. At the hour her chimes sounded unlovely and discordant. Some of them were out of tune, and the bells of some were cracked. Her roofs were bald and without moss. At evening no pleasant rumor arose in her streets. When the lamps were lit in the houses, no mystical flood of light stole out into the dusk. You merely saw that there were lighted lamps. Andelsprutz had no way with her, and no air about her. When the night fell and the blinds were all drawn down, then I perceived what I had not thought in the daylight. I knew then that Andelsprutz was dead. I saw a fair-haired man who drank beer in a cafe, and I said to him, "Why is the city of Andelsprutz quite dead, and her soul gone hence?" He answered, "Cities do not have souls, and there is never any life in bricks." And I said to him, "Sir, you have spoken truly." And I asked the same question of another man, and he gave me the same answer, and I thanked him for his courtesy. And I saw a man of a more slender build, who had black hair, and channels in his cheeks for tears to run in, and I said to him, "Why is Andelsprutz quite dead, and when did her soul go hence?" And he answered, "Andelsprutz hoped too much. For 30 years she would stretch out her arms toward the land of Akela every night, to Mother Akela from whom she had been stolen. Every night she would be hoping and sighing and stretching out her arms to Mother Akela. At midnight, once a year, on the anniversary of the terrible day, Akela would send spies to lay a wreath against the walls of Andelsprutz. She could do no more. And on this night, once in every year, I used to weep, for weeping was the mood of the city that nursed me. Every night, while other cities slept, did Andelsprutz sit brooding here and hoping, till 30 wreaths lay mouldering by her walls, and still the armies of Akela could not come. But after she had hoped so long, and on the night that faithful spies had brought her 30th wreath, Andelsprutz went suddenly mad. All the bells clanged hideously in the belfries, horses bolted in the streets, the dogs all howled, the stolid conquerors awoke and turned in their beds and slept again, and I saw the grey shadowy form of Andelsprutz rise up, decking her hair with the phantasms of cathedrals, and stride away from her city. And the great shadowy form that was the soul of Andelsprutz went away muttering to the mountains, and there I followed her, for had she not been my nurse? Yes, I went away alone into the mountains, and for 3 days, wrapped in a cloak, I slept in their misty solitudes. I had no food to eat, and to drink I had only the water of the mountain streams. By day no living thing was near to me, and I heard nothing but the noise of the wind and the mountain streams roaring. But for 3 nights I heard all around me on the mountain the sounds of a great city. I saw the lights of tall cathedral windows flash momentarily on the peaks, and at times the glimmering lantern of some fortress patrol. And I saw the huge misty outline of the soul of Andelsprutz sitting decked with her ghostly cathedrals, speaking to herself, with her eyes fixed before her in a mad stare, telling of ancient wars. And her confused speech for all those nights upon the mountain was sometimes the voice of traffic, and then of church bells, and then of bugles, but oftenest it was the voice of red war, and it was all incoherent, and she was quite mad. The 3rd night it rained heavily all night long, but I stayed up there to watch the soul of my native city, and she still sat staring straight before her, raving, but her voice was gentler now. There were more chimes in it, and occasional song. Midnight passed, and the rain still swept down on me, and still the solitudes of the mountain were full of mutterings of the poor mad city. And the hours after midnight came, the cold hours wherein sick men die. Suddenly I was aware of great shapes moving in the rain, and heard the sound of voices that were not of my city, nor yet of any that I ever knew. And presently I discerned, though faintly, the souls of the great concourse of cities, all bending over Andelsprutz and comforting her, and the ravines of the mountains roared that night with the voices of cities that had lain still for centuries. For there came the soul of Camelot that had so long ago forsaken Usk, and there was Ilion, all girt with towers, still cursing the sweet face of ruinous Helen, and I saw there Babylon, and Persepolis, and the bearded face of bull-like Nineveh, and Athens mourned her immortal gods. All these souls of cities that were dead spoke that night on the mountain to my city and soothed her, until at last she muttered of war no longer, and her eyes stared wildly no more. But she hid her face in her hands, and for some while wept softly. At last she arose and walked slowly with bended head, and leaning upon Ilion and Carthage, went mournfully eastwards, and the dust of her highways swirled behind her as she went, a ghostly dust that never turned to mud in all that drenching rain. And so the souls of the cities led her away, and gradually they disappeared from the mountain, and the ancient voices died away in the distance. Now since then I have seen my city alive, but once I met a traveler who said that somewhere in the midst of a great desert are gathered together the souls of all dead cities. He said that he was lost once in a place where there was no water, and he heard their voices speaking all the night. But I said, I was once without water in a desert, and heard a city speaking to me, but knew not whether it really spoke to me or not, for on that day I heard so many terrible things, and only some of them were true. And the man with the black hair said, I believe it to be true, though whither she went I know not. I only know that the shepherd found me in the morning, faint with hunger and cold, and carried me down here, and when I came to Andelsprutz, it was, as you have perceived it, dead. And thus ends The Madness of Andelsprutz by Lord Dunsany.
Of the Management of the Soul, from Gesta Romanorum, or Entertaining Moral Stories, Volume 1, edited by Reverend Charles Swan, published in 1824. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of the Management of the Soul. The Emperor Vespasian lived a long time without children, but at last, by the counsel of certain wise men, he espoused a beautiful girl brought to him from a distant country. He afterwards traveled with her into foreign lands, and there became father of a son. In the course of time, he wished to revisit his own kingdom, but his wife obstinately refused to comply, and said, "If you leave me, I will kill myself." The emperor therefore in his dilemma constructed 2 rings, and upon the jewels with which they were richly ornamented he sculptured images possessing very singular virtues. One bore an effigy of memory, and the other an effigy of oblivion. They were placed upon the apex of each ring, and that which represented oblivion he bestowed upon his wife. The other he retained himself, and as their love had been, such was the power of the rings. The wife presently forgot her husband, and the husband cared but little for the memory of his wife. Seeing therefore that his object was achieved, he departed joyfully to his own dominions, and never afterwards returned to the lady. So he ended his days in peace. Application. My beloved, by the emperor understand the human soul, which ought to return to its own country, that is, to heaven, by which path alone it can arrive at security. Therefore the psalmist says, "Save me, O God," etc. The wife is our body, which holds the soul in sensual delights that encumber and bar its passage to that eternal life, where the empire and hope of the soul is. And why does it so impede it? Because the flesh rebels against the spirit, and the spirit wars against the flesh. Do ye therefore as the emperor did, make ye 2 rings. The rings of memory and forgetfulness, which are prayer and fasting, for both are effective. In most countries a ring upon a woman's finger is a token of her marriage, and when a man resigns himself to prayer and fasting, it is evidence of his being the bride of Christ. Prayer is the ring of memory, for the apostle enjoins us to pray without ceasing. Man therefore makes use of periodical prayer, that God may remember his desires, while angels themselves present and aid the petition, as we read in the book of Tobit. Fasting may be called the ring of oblivion, because it withdraws from and forgets the enticements of the flesh, that there may be no obstruction in its progress to God. Let us then study to preserve these rings, and merit everlasting life. End of the Management of the Soul, from Gesta Romanorum, or Entertaining Moral Stories, Volume 1, collected by Reverend Charles Swan in 1824.
The McWilliamses and the Burglar Alarm by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The conversation drifted smoothly and pleasantly along from weather to crops, from crops to literature, from literature to scandal, from scandal to religion, then took a random jump and landed on the subject of burglar alarms. And now, for the first time, Mr. McWilliams showed feeling. Whenever I perceive this sign on this man's dial, I comprehend it, and lapse into silence, and give him opportunity to unload his heart. Said he, with but ill-controlled emotion, "I do not go 1 cent on burglar alarms, Mr. Twain, not a single cent, and I will tell you why. When we were finishing our house, we found we had a little cash left over, on account of the plumber not knowing it. I was for enlightening the heathen with it, for I was always unaccountably down on the heathen somehow. But Mrs. McWilliams said no, let's have a burglar alarm. I agreed to this compromise. I will explain that whenever I want a thing, and Mrs. McWilliams wants another thing, and we decide upon the thing that Mrs. McWilliams wants, as we always do, she calls that a compromise. Very well. The man came up from New York and put in the alarm, and charged $325 for it, and said we could sleep without uneasiness now. So we did, for a while, say a month. Then one night we smelled smoke, and I was advised to get up and see what the matter was. I lit a candle and started toward the stairs, and met a burglar coming out of a room with a basket of tinware, which he had mistaken for solid silver in the dark. He was smoking a pipe. I said, "My friend, we do not allow smoking in this room." He said he was a stranger and could not be expected to know the rules of the house. Said he had been in many houses just as good as this one, and had never been objected to before. He added that as far as his experience went, such rules had never been considered to apply to burglars anyway. I said, "Smoke along, then, if it is the custom, though I think that conceding of a privilege to a burglar which is denied to a bishop is a conspicuous sign of the looseness of the times. But waiving all that, what business have you to be entering this house in this furtive and clandestine way, without ringing the burglar alarm?" He looked confused and ashamed, and said, with embarrassment, "I beg 1,000 pardons. I did not know you had a burglar alarm, else I would have rung it. I beg you will not mention it where my parents may hear of it, for they are old and feeble, and such a seemingly wanton breach of the hallowed conventionalities of our Christian civilization might all too rudely sunder the frail bridge which hangs darkling between the pale and evanescent present and the solemn great deeps of the eternities. May I trouble you for a match?" I said, "Your sentiments do you honor. But if you will allow me to say it, metaphor is not your best hold. Spare your thigh. This kind light only on the box, and seldom there, in fact, if my experience may be trusted. But to return to business, how did you get in here? Through a second-story window?" It was even so. I redeemed the tinware at pawnbrokers' rates, lest cost of advertising, bade the burglar good night, closed the window after him, and retired to headquarters to report. Next morning we sent for the burglar alarm man, and he came up and explained that the reason the alarm did not go off was that no part of the house but the first floor was attached to the alarm. This was simply idiotic. One might as well have no armor on at all in battle as to have it only on his legs. The expert now put the whole second story on the alarm, charged $300 for it, and went his way. By and by, one night I found a burglar in the third story about to start down a ladder with a lot of miscellaneous property. My first impulse was to crack his head with a billiard cue, but my second was to refrain from this attention because he was between me and the cue rack. The second impulse was plainly the soundest, so I refrained and proceeded to compromise. I redeemed the property at formal rates, after deducting 10% for use of ladder, it being my ladder, and next day we sent down for the expert once more, and had the third story attached to the alarm for $300. By this time the Annunciator had grown to formidable dimensions. It had 47 tags on it, marked with the names of the various rooms and chimneys, and it occupied the space of an ordinary wardrobe. The gong was the size of a wash bowl, and was placed above the head of our bed. There was a wire from the house to the coachman's quarters in the stable, and a noble gong alongside his pillow. We should have been comfortable now, but for one defect. Every morning at 5, the cook opened the kitchen door in the way of business, and rip went that gong. The first time this happened, I thought the last day was come sure. I didn't think it in bed. No, but out of it. For the first effect of that frightful gong is to hurl you across the house and slam you against the wall, and then curl you up and squirm you like a spider on a stove lid, till somebody shuts the kitchen door. In solid fact, there is no clamor that is even remotely comparable to the dire clamor which that gong makes. Well, this catastrophe happened every morning regular at 5 o'clock, and lost us 3 hours' sleep. For mind you, when that thing wakes you, it doesn't merely wake you in spots. It wakes you all over, conscience and all, and you are good for 18 hours of wide awakeness subsequently. 18 hours of the very most inconceivable wide awakeness that you ever experienced in your life. A stranger died on our hands one time, and we vacated and left him in our room overnight. Did that stranger wait for the general judgment? No, sir. He got up at 5 the next morning in the most prompt and unostentatious way. I knew he would. I knew it mighty well. He collected his life insurance and lived happy ever after, for there was plenty of proof as to the perfect squareness of his death. Well, we were gradually fading toward the better land on account of the daily loss of sleep, so we finally had the expert up again, and he ran a wire to the outside of the door and placed a switch there, whereby Thomas, the butler, always made one little mistake. He switched the alarm off at night when he went to bed and switched it on again at daybreak in the morning, just in time for the cook to open the kitchen door and enable that gong to slam us across the house, sometimes breaking a window with one or the other of us. At the end of a week, we recognized that this switch business was a delusion and a snare. We also discovered that a band of burglars had been lodging in the house the whole time. Not exactly to steal, for there wasn't much left now, but to hide from the police, for they were hot-pressed, and they shrewdly judged that the detectives would never think of a tribe of burglars taking sanctuary in a house notoriously protected by the most imposing and elaborate burglar alarm in America. Sent down for the expert again, and this time he struck a most dazzling idea. He fixed the thing so that opening the kitchen door would take off the alarm. It was a noble idea, and he charged accordingly. But you already foresee the result. I switched on the alarm every night at bedtime, no longer trusting on Thomas's frail memory, and as soon as the lights were out, the burglars walked in at the kitchen door, thus taking the alarm off without waiting for the cook to do it in the morning. You see how aggravatingly we were situated. For months we couldn't have any company. Not a spare bed in the house. All occupied by burglars. Finally, I got up a cure of my own. The expert answered the call and ran another ground wire to the stable and established a switch there so that the coachman could put on and take off the alarm. That worked first rate, and a season of peace ensued during which we got to inviting company once more and enjoying life. But by and by the irrepressible alarm invented a new kink. One winter's night we were flung out of bed by the sudden music of that awful gong, and when we hobbled to the annunciator, turned up the gas, and saw the word nursery exposed, Mrs. McWilliams fainted dead away, and I came precious near doing the same thing myself. I seized my shotgun and stood timing the coachman whilst that appalling buzzing went on. I knew that his gong had flung him out too, and that he would be along with his gun as soon as he could jump into his clothes. When I judged that the time was ripe, I crept into the room next to the nursery, glanced through the window, and saw the dim outline of the coachman in the yard below, standing at present arms and waiting for a chance. Then I hopped into the nursery and fired, and in the same instant the coachman fired at the red flash of my gun. Both of us were successful. I crippled the nurse, and he shot off all my back hair. We turned up the gas and telephoned for a surgeon. There was not a sign of a burglar, and no window had been raised. One glass was absent, but that was where the coachman's charge had come through. Here was a fine mystery. A burglar alarm going off at midnight of its own accord, and not a burglar in the neighborhood. The expert answered the usual call and explained that it was a false alarm. Said it was easily fixed, so he overhauled the nursery window, charged a remunerative figure for it, and departed. What we suffered from false alarms for the next 3 years no stylographic pen can describe. During the next 3 months I always flew with my gun to the room indicated, and the coachman always sallied forth with his battery to support me. But there was never anything to shoot at. Windows all tied and secure. We always sent down for the expert next day, and he fixed those particular windows so they would keep quiet a week or so, and always remembered to send us a bill about like this. Wire $2.15, nipple 75, 2 hours labor 150, wax 47, tape 34, screws 15, recharging battery 98, 3 hours labor, $2.25, string 2 cents, lard 66, Pond's extract 125, springs at $52, railroad fares $7.25. At length, a perfectly natural thing came about. After we had answered 300 or 400 false alarms, to wit, we stopped answering them. Yes, I simply rose up calmly when slammed across the house by the alarm, calmly inspected the annunciator, took note of the room indicated, and then calmly disconnected that room from the alarm and went back to bed as if nothing had happened. Moreover, I left that room off permanently and did not send for the expert. Well, it goes without saying that in the course of time, all the rooms were taken off and the entire machine was out of service. It was at this unprotected time that the heaviest calamity of all happened. The burglars walked in one night and carried off the burglar alarm. Yes, sir, every hide and hair of it, ripped it out, tooth and nail, springs, bells, gongs, battery and all. They took 150 miles of copper wire. They just cleaned her out, bag and baggage, and never left us a vestige of her to swear by. We had a time of it to get her back, but we accomplished it finally, for money. The alarm firm said that what we needed now was to have her put in right, with the new patent springs in the windows to make false alarms impossible, and their new patent clock attached to take off and put on the alarm morning and night without human assistance. That seemed a good scheme. They promised to have the whole thing finished in 10 days. They began work, and we left for the summer. They worked a couple of days, then they left for the summer. After which the burglars moved in and began their summer vacation. When we returned in the fall, the house was as empty as a beer closet in premises where painters have been at work. We refurnished and then sent down to hurry up the expert. He came up and finished the job and said, "Now this clock is set to put on the alarm every night at 10 and take it off every morning at 5:45. All you've got to do is to wind her up every week and then leave her alone. She will take care of the alarm herself." After that, we had a most tranquil season during 3 months. The bill was prodigious, of course, and I had said I would not pay it until the new machinery had proved itself to be flawless. The time stipulated was 3 months. So I paid the bill, and the very next day the alarm went to buzzing like 10,000 bee swarms at 10 o'clock in the morning. I turned the hands around 12 hours according to instructions, and this took off the alarm. But there was another hitch at night, and I had to set her ahead 12 hours once more to get her to put the alarm on again. That sort of nonsense went on a week or two, then the expert came up and put in a new clock. He came up every 3 months during the next 3 years and put in a new clock. But it was always a failure. His clocks all had the same perverse defect. They would put the alarm on in the daytime and they would not put it on at night. And if you forced it on yourself, they would take it off again the minute your back was turned. Now, there is the history of that burglar alarm. Everything just as it happened, nothing extenuated, and not set down in malice. Yes, sir. And when I had slept 9 years with burglars and maintained an expensive burglar alarm the whole time for their protection, not mine, and at my sole cost, not a danged cent could I ever get them to contribute, I just said to Mrs. McWilliams that I had had enough of that kind of pie. So with her full consent, I took the whole thing out and traded it off for a dog. And shot the dog. I don't know what you think about it, Mr. Twain, but I think those things are made solely in the interest of the burglars. Yes, sir, a burglar alarm combines in its person all that is objectionable about a fire, a riot, and a harem, and at the same time had none of the compensating advantages of one sort or another that customarily belong with that combination. Goodbye. I get off here. End of the McWilliamses and the Burglar Alarm. Recording by Scotty.
The Movement, from Tales of War by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Movement, by Lord Dunsany. For many years, Eliphaz Griggs was comparatively silent. Not that he did not talk on all occasions whenever he could find hearers. He did that at great length. But for many years he addressed no public meeting, and was no part of the normal life of the northeast end of Hyde Park or Trafalgar Square. And then, one day, he was talking in a public house, where he had gone to talk on the only subject that was dear to him. He waited, as was his custom, until 5 or 6 men were present, and then he began. You're all damned, I say. Damned from the day you were born. Your portion is Tophet. And on that day, there happened what had never happened in his experience before. Men used to listen in a tolerant way, and say little over their beer, for that is the English custom, and that would be all. But today a man rose up with flashing eyes and went over to Eliphaz and gripped him by the hand. "They're all damned," said the stranger. That was the turning point in the life of Eliphaz. Up to that point he had been a lonely crank, and men thought he was queer. But now that there were two of them, he became a movement. A movement in England may do what it likes. There was a movement before the war for spoiling tulips in Kew Gardens and breaking church windows. It had its run like the rest. The name of Eliphaz's new friend was Ezekiel Pim, and they drew up rules for their movement almost at once, and very soon country inns knew Eliphaz no more. And for some while they missed him, where he used to drop in of an evening and tell them that they were all damned. And then a man proved one day that the earth was flat, and they all forgot Eliphaz. But Eliphaz went to Hyde Park, and Ezekiel Pim went with him, and there you could see them close to the Marble Arch on any fine Sunday afternoon, preaching their movement to the people of London. "You are all damned," said Eliphaz. "Your portion shall be damnation for everlasting." "All damned," added Ezekiel. Eliphaz was the orator. He would picture hell to you as it really is. He made you see pretty much what it will be like to wriggle and turn and squirm and never escape from burning. But Ezekiel Pim, though he seldom said more than 3 words, uttered those words with such alarming sincerity, and had such a sure conviction shining in his eyes that searched right in your face as he said them, and his long hair waved so weirdly as his head shot forward when he said, "You're all damned," that Ezekiel Pim brought home to you that the vivid description of Eliphaz really applied to you. People who had led bad lives get their sensibilities hardened. These did not care much what Eliphaz said. But girls at school and several governesses, and even some young clergy, were very much affected. Eliphaz Griggs and Ezekiel Pim seemed to bring hell so near to you. You could almost feel it baking the Marble Arch from 2 to 4 on Sundays. And at 4 o'clock the Surbiton branch of the International Anarchists used to come along, and Eliphaz Griggs and Ezekiel Pim would pack up their flag and go, for the pitch belonged to the Surbiton people until 6, and the crank movements punctiliously recognized each other's rights. If they fought among themselves, which is quite unthinkable, the police would run them in. It is the one thing that an anarchist in England may never do. When the war came, the two speakers doubled their efforts. The way they looked at it was that here was a counter-attraction taking people's minds off the subject of their damnation, just as they had got them to think about it. Eliphaz worked as he had never worked before. He spared nobody, but it was still Ezekiel Pim who somehow brought it most home to them. One fine spring afternoon, Eliphaz Griggs was speaking in his usual place and time. He had wound himself up wonderfully. "You are damned," he was saying, "for ever and ever and ever. Your sins have found you out. Your filthy lives will be as fuel round you and shall burn for ever and ever." "Look here," said a Canadian soldier in the crowd. "They shouldn't allow that in Ottawa." "What?" asked an English girl. "Why, telling us we're all damned like that," he said. "Oh, this is England," she said. They may all say what they like here." "You are all damned," said Ezekiel, jerking forward his head and shoulders until his hair flapped out behind. All damned." "I'm damned if I am," said the Canadian soldier. "Ah," said Ezekiel, and a sly look came onto his face. Eliphaz flamed on. "Your sins are remembered. Satan shall grin at you. He shall heap cinders on you for ever and ever. Woe to you, filthy livers! Woe to you, sinners! Hell is your portion. There shall be none to grieve for you. You shall dwell in torment for ages. None shall be spared. Not one. Woe everlasting. Oh, I beg pardon, gentlemen, I'm sure." For the Pacifist League had been kept waiting 3 minutes. It was their turn today at 4. End of The Movement by Lord Dunsany.
Mr. and Mrs. Dove by Katherine Mansfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. and Mrs. Dove. Of course he knew, no man better, that he hadn't a ghost of a chance. He hadn't an earthly. The very idea of such a thing was preposterous. So preposterous that he'd perfectly understand it if her father, well, whatever her father chose to do, he'd perfectly understand. In fact, nothing short of desperation, nothing short of the fact that this was positively his last day in England for God knows how long, would have screwed him up to do it. And even now. He chose a tie out of the chest of drawers, a blue and cream check tie, and sat on the side of his bed. Supposing she replied, what impertinence! Would he be surprised? Not in the least, he decided, turning up his soft collar and turning it down over the tie. He expected her to say something like that. He didn't see, if he looked at the affair dead soberly, what else she could say. Here he was, and nervously he tied a bow in front of the mirror, jammed his hair down with both hands, pulled out the flaps of his jacket pockets. Making between £500 and £600 a year on a fruit farm in, of all places, Rhodesia. No capital, not a penny coming to him. No chance of his income increasing for at least 4 years. As for looks and all that sort of thing, he was completely out of the running. He couldn't even boast of top-hole health, for the East Africa business had knocked him out so thoroughly that he'd had to take 6 months' leave. He was still fearfully pale, worse even than usual this afternoon, he thought, bending forward and peering into the mirror. Good heavens! What had happened? His hair looked almost bright green. Dash it all, he hadn't green hair at all events. That was a bit too steep. And then the green light trembled in the glass. It was the shadow from the tree outside. Reggie turned away, took out his cigarette case, but remembering how the mater hated him to smoke in his bedroom, put it back again and drifted over to the chest of drawers. No, he was dashed if he could think of one blessed thing in his favour, while she... He stopped dead, folded his arms, and leaned hard against the chest of drawers. And in spite of her position, her father's wealth, the fact that she was an only child and far and away the most popular girl in the neighbourhood, in spite of her beauty and her cleverness, it was a great deal more than that. There was really nothing she couldn't do. He fully believed, had it been necessary, she would have been a genius at anything, in spite of the fact that her parents adored her, and she them, and they'd as soon let her go all that way as... In spite of every single thing you could think of, so terrific was his love that he couldn't help hoping. Well, was it hope? Or was this queer, timid longing to have the chance of looking after her, of making it his job to see that she had everything she wanted, and that nothing came near her that wasn't perfect? Just love? How he loved her! He squeezed hard against the chest of drawers and murmured to it, "I love her, I love her." And just for the moment he was with her on the way to Umtali. It was night. She sat in a corner, asleep. Her soft chin was tucked into her soft collar. Her gold-brown lashes lay on her cheeks. He doted on her delicate little nose, her perfect lips, her ear like a baby's, and the gold-brown curl that half covered it. They were passing through the jungle. It was warm and dark and far away. Then she woke up and said, "Have I been asleep?" And he answered, "Yes. Are you all right? Here, let me—" And he leaned forward He bent over her. This was such bliss that he could dream no further. But it gave him the courage to bound downstairs, to snatch his straw hat from the hall, and to say as he closed the front door, "Well, I can only try my luck, that's all." But his luck gave him a nasty jar, to say the least, almost immediately. Promenading up and down the garden path with Chinny and Biddy, the ancient Peaks, was the mater. Of course Reginald was fond of the mater and all that. She meant well. She had no end of grit, and so on. But there was no denying it. She was rather a grim parent. And there had been moments, many of them, in Reggie's life, before Uncle Alec died and left him the fruit farm, when he was convinced that to be a widow's only son was about the worst punishment a chap could have. And what made it rougher than ever was that she was positively all that he had. She wasn't only a combined parent, as it were, but she had quarrelled with all her own and the governor's relations before Reggie had won his first trouser pockets. So that whenever Reggie was homesick out there, sitting on his dark veranda by starlight, while the gramophone cried, "Dear, what is life but love?" his only vision was of the mater, tall and stout, rustling down the garden path, with Chinny and Biddy at her heels. The mater, with her scissors outspread to snap the head of a dead something or other, stopped at the sight of Reggie. "You are not going out, Reginald?" she asked, seeing that he was. "I'll be back for tea, mater," said Reggie weakly, plunging his hands into his jacket pockets. Snip! Off came a head. Reggie almost jumped. "I should have thought you could have spared your mother your last afternoon," said she. Silence. The Peaks stared. They understood every word of the mater's. Biddy lay down with her tongue poked out. She was so fat and glossy she looked like a lump of half-melted toffee. But Chinny's porcelain eyes gloomed at Reginald, and he sniffed faintly, as though the whole world were one unpleasant smell. Snip went the scissors again. Poor little beggars, they were getting it. "And where are you going, if your mother may ask?" asked the mater. It was over at last, but Reggie did not slow down until he was out of sight of the house and halfway to Colonel Proctor's. Then only he noticed what a top-hole afternoon it was. It had been raining all the morning, late summer rain, warm, heavy, quick, and now the sky was clear, except for a long tail of little clouds, like ducklings sailing over the forest. There was just enough wind to shake the last drops off the trees. One warm star splashed on his hand. Ping! Another drummed on his hat. The empty road gleamed. The hedges smelled of briar, and how big and bright the hollyhocks glowed in the cottage gardens. And here was Colonel Proctor's. Here it was already. His hand was on the gate. His elbow jogged the syringa bushes, and petals and pollen scattered over his coat sleeve. But wait a bit. This was too quick altogether. He'd meant to think the whole thing out again. Here, steady. But he was walking up the path, with the huge rose bushes on either side. It can't be done like this. But his hand had grasped the bell, given it a pull, and started it pealing wildly, as if he'd come to say the house was on fire. The housemaid must have been in the hall, too, for the front door flashed open, and Reggie was shut in the empty drawing-room before that confounded bell had stopped ringing. Strangely enough, when it did, the big room, shadowy, with someone's parasol lying on top of the grand piano, bucked him up, or rather excited him. It was so quiet, and yet in one moment the door would open, and his fate be decided. The feeling was not unlike that of being at the dentist's. He was almost reckless, but at the same time, to his immense surprise, Reggie heard himself saying, "Lord, thou knowest, thou hast not done much for me." That pulled him up. That made him realise again how dead serious it was. Too late. The door handle turned. Anne came in, crossed the shadowy space between them, gave him her hand, and said in her small, soft voice, "I'm so sorry. Father is out, and Mother is having a day in town hat-hunting. There's only me to entertain you, Reggie." Reggie gasped, pressed his own hat to his jacket buttons, and stammered out, "As a matter of fact, I've only come to say good-bye." "Oh!" cried Anne softly. She stepped back from him, and her grey eyes danced. "What a very short visit." Then, watching him, her chin tilted, she laughed outright, a long, soft peal, and walked away from him over to the piano and leaned against it, playing with the tassel of the parasol. "I'm so sorry," she said, "to be laughing like this. I don't know why I do. It's just a bad habit." And suddenly she stamped her grey shoe, and took a pocket-handkerchief out of her white woolly jacket. "I really must conquer it. It's too absurd," said she. "Good heavens, Anne!" cried Reggie. "I love to hear you laughing. I can't imagine anything more—" But the truth was, and they both knew it, she wasn't always laughing. It wasn't really a habit. Only ever since the day they'd met, ever since that very first moment, for some strange reason that Reggie wished to God he understood, Anne had laughed at him. Why? It didn't matter where they were, or what they were talking about. They might begin by being as serious as possible, dead serious, at any rate as far as he was concerned. But then suddenly, in the middle of a sentence, Anne would glance at him, and a little quick quiver passed over her face, her lips parted, her eyes danced, and she began laughing. Another queer thing about it was, Reggie had an idea she didn't herself know why she laughed. He had seen her turn away, frown, suck in her cheeks, press her hands together. But it was no use. The long, soft peal sounded, even while she cried, "I don't know why I'm laughing." It was a mystery. Now she tucked the handkerchief away. "Do sit down," said she, "and smoke, won't you? There are cigarettes in that little box beside you. I'll have one too." He lighted a match for her, and as she bent forward he saw the tiny flame glow in the pearl ring she wore. "It is tomorrow that you're going, isn't it?" said Anne. "Yes, tomorrow as ever was," said Reggie, as he blew a little fan of smoke. Why on earth was he so nervous? Nervous wasn't the word for it. It's frightfully hard to believe," he added. "Yes, isn't it?" said Anne softly, and she leaned forward and rolled the point of her cigarette round the green ash-tray. How beautiful she looked like that, simply beautiful. And she was so small in that immense chair. Reginald's heart swelled with tenderness, but it was her voice, her soft voice, that made him tremble. "I feel like you've been here for years," she said. Reginald took a deep breath of his cigarette. "It's ghastly, this idea of going back," he said. "Coo coo coo coo," sounded from the quiet. "But you're fond of being out there, aren't you?" said Anne. She hooked her finger through her pearl necklace. Father was saying only the other night how lucky he thought you were to have a life of your own." And she looked up at him. Reginald's smile was rather wan. "I don't feel fearfully lucky," he said lightly. "Roo-coo-coo-coo," came again, and Anne murmured, "You mean it's lonely." "Oh, it isn't the loneliness I care about," said Reginald, and he stumped his cigarette savagely on the green ash-tray. "I could stand any amount of it, used to like it even. It's the idea of—" Suddenly, to his horror, he felt himself blushing. "Roo-coo-coo-coo, roo-coo-coo-coo." Anne jumped up. "Come and say good-bye to my doves," she said. "They've been moved to the side veranda. You do like doves, don't you, Reggie?" "Awfully," said Reggie, so fervently that as he opened the French window for her and stood to one side, Anne ran forward and laughed at the doves instead. To and fro over the fine red sand on the floor of the dove-house walked the two doves. One was always in front of the other. One ran forward, uttering a little cry, and the other followed, solemnly bowing and bowing. "You see," explained Anne, "the one in front, she's Mrs. Dove. She looks at Mr. Dove and gives that little laugh and runs forward, and he follows her, bowing and bowing, and that makes her laugh again. Away she runs, and after her," cried Anne, and she sat back on her heels, "comes poor Mr. Dove, bowing and bowing. And that's their whole life. They never do anything else, you know." She got up and took some yellow grains out of a bag on the roof of the dove-house. "When you think of them out in Rhodesia, Reggie, you can be sure that is what they will be doing." Reggie gave no sign of having seen the doves or of having heard a word. For the moment he was conscious only of the immense effort it took to tear his secret out of himself and offer it to Anne. "Anne, do you think you could ever care for me?" It was done. It was over. And in the little pause that followed, Reginald saw the garden open to the light, the blue quivering sky, the flutter of leaves on the veranda poles, and Anne turning over the grains of maize on her palm with one finger. Then slowly she shut her hand, and the new world faded as she murmured slowly, "No, never in that way." But he had scarcely time to feel anything before she walked quickly away, and he followed her down the steps, along the garden path, under the pink rose arches, across the lawn. There, with the gay herbaceous border behind him, Anne faced Reginald. "It isn't that I'm not awfully fond of you," she said. "I am, but—" Her eyes widened. "Not in that way." A quiver passed over her face. "One ought to be fond of—" Her lips parted, and she couldn't stop herself. She began laughing. "There, you see, she cried, "it's your checked tie. Even at this moment, when one would think one would really be solemn, your tie reminds me fearfully of the bow tie that cats wear in pictures. Oh, please forgive me for being so horrid, please." Reggie caught hold of her little warm hand. "There's no question of forgiving you," he said quickly. "How could there be? And I do believe I know why I make you laugh. It's because you're so far above me in every way that I am somehow ridiculous. I see that, Anne. But if I were to—" "No, no." Anne squeezed his hand hard. "It's not that. That's all wrong. I'm not far above you at all. You're much better than I am. You're marvellously unselfish and kind and simple. I'm none of those things. You don't know me. I'm the most awful character," said Anne. "Please don't interrupt. And besides, that's not the point. The point is—" She shook her head. "I couldn't possibly marry a man I laughed at. Surely you see that." "The man I marry?" breathed Anne softly. She broke off. She drew her hand away, and looking at Reggie she smiled strangely, dreamily. "The man I marry?" and it seemed to Reggie that a tall, handsome, brilliant stranger stepped in front of him and took his place, the kind of man that Anne and he had seen often at the theatre, walking onto the stage from nowhere, without a word, catching the heroine in his arms, and after one long, tremendous look, carrying her off to anywhere. Reggie bowed to his vision. "Yes, I see," he said huskily. "Do you?" said Anne. "Oh, I do hope you do, because I feel so horrid about it. It's so hard to explain. You know I've never—" She stopped. Reggie looked at her. She was smiling. "Isn't it funny?" she said. "I can say anything to you. I always have been able to from the very beginning." He tried to smile, to say, "I'm glad." She went on. "I've never known anyone I like as much as I like you. I've never felt so happy with anyone. But I'm sure it's not what people and what books mean when they talk about love. Do you understand? Oh, if you only knew how horrid I feel. But we'd be like Mr. and Mrs. Dove." That did it. That seemed to Reginald final, and so terribly true that he could hardly bear it. "Don't drive it home," he said, and he turned away from Anne and looked across the lawn. There was the gardener's cottage, with the dark ilex tree beside it. A wet blue thumb of transparent smoke hung above the chimney. It didn't look real. How his throat ached. Could he speak? He had a shot. "I must be getting along home," he croaked, and he began walking across the lawn. But Anne ran after him. "No, don't! You can't go yet," she said imploringly. "You can't possibly go away feeling like that." And she stared up at him, frowning, biting her lip. "Oh, that's all right," said Reggie, giving himself a shake. I'll... And he waved his hand as much to say, "Get over it." "But this is awful," said Anne. She clasped her hands and stood in front of him. "Surely you do see how fatal it would be for us to marry, don't you?" "Oh, quite, quite," said Reggie, looking at her with haggard eyes. "How wrong, how wicked, feeling as I do. I mean, it's all very well for Mr. and Mrs. Dove, but imagine that in real life. Imagine it." "Oh, absolutely," said Reggie, and he started to walk on, but again Anne stopped him. She tugged at his sleeve, and to his astonishment, this time, instead of laughing, she looked like a little girl who was going to cry. "Then why, if you understand, are you so unhappy?" she wailed. "Why do you mind so fearfully? Why do you look so awful?" Reggie gulped, and again he waved something away. "I can't help it," he said. "I've had a blow. If I cut off now, I'll be able to—" "How can you talk of cutting off now?" said Anne scornfully. She stamped her foot at Reggie. She was crimson. "How can you be so cruel? I can't let you go until I know for certain that you are just as happy as you were before you asked me to marry you. Surely you must see that. It's so simple." But it did not seem at all simple to Reginald. It seemed impossibly difficult. "Even if I can't marry you, how can I know that you're all that way away with only that awful mother to write to, and that you're miserable, and that it's all my fault?" "It's not your fault. Don't think that. It's just fate." Reggie took her hand off his sleeve and kissed it. "Don't pity me, dear little Anne," he said gently, and this time he nearly ran, under the pink arches, along the garden path. "Rook-coo-coo-coo! Rook-coo-coo-coo!" sounded from the veranda. "Reggie! Reggie!" from the garden. He stopped. He turned, but when she saw his timid, puzzled look, she gave a little laugh. "Come back, Mr. Dove," said Anne, and Reginald came slowly across the lawn. End of Mr. and Mrs. Dove, by Katherine Mansfield.
Negore, the Coward, from Love of Life and Other Stories by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Negore, the Coward by Jack London. He had followed the trail of his fleeing people for 11 days, and his pursuit had been in itself a flight. For behind him he knew full well were the dreaded Russians, toiling through the swampy lowlands and over the steep divides, bent on no less than the extermination of his people. He was traveling light. A rabbit-skinned sleeping robe, a muzzle-loading rifle, and a few pounds of sun-dried salmon constituted his outfit. He would have marveled that the whole people, women and children and aged, could travel so swiftly, had he not known the terror that drove them on. It was in the old days of the Russian occupancy of Alaska, when the 19th century had run but half its course, that Negore fled after his fleeing tribe, and came upon it this summer night by the headwaters of the Pelot. Though near the midnight hour, it was bright day as he passed through the weary camp. Many saw him. All knew him, but few and cold were the greetings he received. "Negore, the coward!" He heard Iliha, a young woman, laugh, and son Ni, his sister's daughter, laugh with her. Black anger ate at his heart, but he gave no sign, threading his way among the campfires until he came to one where sat an old man. A young woman was kneading with skillful fingers the tired muscles in his legs. He raised a sightless face and listened intently as Negore's foot cracked on a dead twig. "Who comes?" he queried in a thin, tremulous voice. "Negore," said the young woman, scarcely looking up from her task. Negore's face was expressionless. For many minutes he stood and waited. The old man's head had sunken back upon his chest. The young woman pressed and prodded the wasted muscles, resting her body on her knees, her bowed head hidden as in a cloud by her black wealth of hair. Negore watched the supple body, bending at the hips as a lynx's body might bend, pliant as a young willow stalk, and, withal, strong as only youth is strong. He looked, and was aware of a great yearning, akin in sensation to physical hunger. At last he spoke, saying, "Is there no greeting for Negore, who has been long gone, and has but now come back?" She looked up at him with cold eyes. The old man chuckled to himself after the manner of the old. "Thou art my woman, Oona," Negore said, his tones dominant, conveying a hint of menace. She arose with cat-like ease and suddenness to her full height, her eyes flashing, her nostrils quivering like a deer's. "I was thy woman to be, Negore, but thou art a coward. The daughter of old Kinoos mates not with a coward." She silenced him with an imperious gesture as he strove to speak. "Old Kinoos and I came among you from a strange land. Thy people took us in by their fires and made us warm, not asked whence or why we wandered. It was their thought that old Kinoos had lost the sight of his eyes from age. Nor did old Kinoos say otherwise, nor did I, his daughter. Old Kinoos was a brave man, but old Kinoos was never a boaster. And now, when I tell thee how his blindness came to be, thou wilt know beyond question that the daughter of Kinoos cannot mother the child of a coward, such as thou art, Negore." She again silenced the speech that rushed up to his tongue. "No, Negore, if journey be added unto journey of all thy journeyings through this land, thou wouldst not come to the unknown Sitka on the great salt sea. In that place there be many Russian folks. Their rule is harsh, and from Sitka old Kinoos, who was young Kinoos in those days, fled away with me, a baby in his arms, among the islands in the midst of the sea. My mother dead tells the tale of his wrong. A Russian, dead with a spear through the breast and back, tells the tale of the vengeance of Knuus. But wherever we fled, and however far we fled, always did we find the hated Russian folk. Knuus was unafraid, but the sight of them was a hurt to his eyes. So we fled on and on, through the seas and years, till we came to the great fog sea, Negore, of which thou hast heard, but which thou hast never seen. We lived among many peoples, and I grew to be a woman. But Knuus grew old, took to him no other women, nor did I take a man. At last we came to Pastolik, which is where the Yukon drowns itself in the great fog sea. Here we lived long, on the rim of the sea, among a people by whom the Russians were well hated. But sometimes they came, these Russians, in great ships, and made the people of Pastolik show them the way through the islands uncountable of the many-mouthed Yukon. And sometimes the men they took to show them the way never came back, until the people became angry and planned a great plan. So, when there came a ship, old Knuus stepped forward and said he would show the way. He was an old man then, and his hair was white, but he was unafraid. And he was cunning, for he took the ships to where the sea sucks into the land, and the waves beat white on the mountain called Romanoff. The sea sucked the ships into where the waves beat white, and it ground upon the rocks and broke open its sides. Then came all the people of Pastolik, for this was the plan, with their war spears and arrows and some few guns. But first the Russians put out the eyes of old Knuus, that he may never show the way again. And then they fought, where the waves beat white, with the people of Pastolik. Now the headman of these Russians was Ivan. He it was, with his 2 thumbs, who drove out the eyes of Knuus. He it was who fought his way through the white water, with 2 men left of all his men, and went along the rim of the great fog sea into the north. Knuus was wise. He could see no more, and was helpless as a child. So he fled away from the sea, up the great strange Yukon, even to Nulato, and I fled with him. This was the deed my father did, Knuus, an old man. But how did the young man, Negore? Once again she silenced him. With my own eyes I saw, at Nulato, before the gates of the great fort, but a few days gone. I saw the Russian Ivan, who thrust out my father's eyes, lay the lash of his dog whip upon thee, and beat thee like a dog. This I saw, and knew thee for a coward. But I saw thee not, that night, when all thy people, yea, even the boys not yet hunters, fell upon the Russians and slew them. Not Ivan, said Negore quietly. Even now is he on our heels, and with him many Russians fresh up from the sea. Oona made no effort to hide her surprise and chagrin that Ivan was not dead, but went on. In the day I saw thee a coward. In the night when all men fought, even the boys not yet hunters, I saw thee not, and knew ye doubly a coward. Thou art done, all done? Negore asked. She nodded her head and looked at him askance, as though astonished that he should have aught to say. Know then that Negore is no coward, he said, and his speech was very low and quiet. Know that when I was yet a boy, I journeyed alone down to the place where the Yukon drowns itself in the great fog sea. Even to Pastolik I journeyed, even beyond, into the north, along the rim of the sea. This I did when I was a boy, and I was no coward. Nor was I a coward when I journeyed a young man and alone up the Yukon further than man had ever been, so far that I came to another folk with white faces, who lived in a great fort and talked a speech other than that the Russians talk. Also have I killed the great bear of the Tanana country. where no one of my people hath ever been. And I have fought with the Nukyakleets, and the Kaltags, and the Styx in far regions, ever I, and alone. These deeds whereof no man knows, I speak of myself. Let my people speak for me of things I have done which they know. They will not say, Negore is a coward. He finished proudly, and proudly waited. These be things which happened before I came into the land, she said, and I know not of them. Only do I know what I know, and I know I saw thee lashed like a dog in the day, and in the night, when the great fort flamed red, and the men killed and were killed, I saw thee not. Also, thy people do call thee Negore the coward. It is thy name now, Negore the coward. It is not a good name, old Kinoos chuckled. Thou dost not understand, Kinoos, Negore said gently, but I shall make thee understand. Know that I was away on the hunt of the bear, with Kamotah, my mother's son. And Kamotah fought with the great bear. We had no meat for 3 days, and Kamotah was not strong of arm or swift of foot. And the great bear crushed him, so, till his bones cracked like dry sticks. Thus I found him, very sick and groaning upon the ground. And there was no meat, nor could I kill aught that a sick man might eat. So I said, I will go to Nulato and bring thee food, also strong men to carry thee to camp. And Kamotah said, Go thou to Nulato and get food, but say no word of what has befallen me. And when I have eaten, and am grown well and strong, I will kill this bear. Then will I return in honor to Nulato, and no man may laugh and say, Kamotah was undone by a bear. So I gave heed to my brother's words. And when I came to Nulato, and the Russian Ivan laid the lash of his dog whip upon me, I knew I must not fight. For no man knew of Kamotah sick and groaning and hungry. And did I fight with Ivan and die, then would my brother die too. So it was, Oona, that thou sawest me beaten like a dog. Then I heard the talk of the shamans and chiefs, that the Russians had brought strange sicknesses upon the people, and killed our men, and stolen our women, and that the land must be made clean. As I said, I heard the talk, and I knew it for good talk, and I knew that in the night the Russians were to be killed. But there was my brother, Kamotah, sick and groaning, with no meat, so I could not stay and fight with the men and the boys not yet hunters. And I took with me meat and fish, and the lash marks of Ivan, and I found Kamotah no longer groaning, but dead. Then I went back to Nulato, and behold, there was no Nulato, only ashes where the great fort had stood, and the bodies of many men. And I saw the Russians come up the Yukon in boats, fresh from the sea, many Russians. And I saw Ivan creep forth from where he lay, and make talk with them. And the next day I saw Ivan lead them upon the trail of the tribe. Even now they are upon the trail, and I am here, Negore, but no coward. This is a tale I hear, said Oona, though her voice was gentler than before. Kamotah is dead and cannot speak for thee. And I know only what I know, and I must know thee of my own eyes, for no coward. Negore made an impatient gesture. There will be ways and ways, she added. Art thou willing to do no less than old Kinoos hath done? He nodded his head and waited. As thou hast said, they seek for us even now, these Russians. Show them the way, Negore, even as old Kinoos showed them the way, so that they may come unprepared to where we wait for them in the passage up the rocks. Thou knowest the place, where the wall is broken and high. then will we destroy them, even Ivan. When they cling like flies to the wall, and the top is no less near than the bottom, our men shall fall upon them from above and either side, with spears and arrows and guns, and the women and children from above shall loosen the great rocks and hurl them down upon them. It will be a great day, for the Russians will be killed, and the land will be made clean, and Ivan, even Ivan who thrust out my father's eyes and laid the lash of his dog whip upon thee, will be killed. Like a dog gone mad, he will die, his breath crushed out of him beneath the rocks. And when the fighting begins, it is for thee, Negore, to crawl secretly away so that thou be not slain. Even so, he answered, Negore will show them the way. And then? And then I shall be thy woman, Negore's woman, and the brave man's wife. And thou shalt hunt meat for me, an old canoes, and I shall cook thy food, and sew 3 warm parkas and strong, and make 3 moccasins after the way of my people, which is a better way than the people's way. And as I said, I shall be thy woman, Negore, always thy woman, and I shall make thy life glad for thee, so that all thy days will be a song and laughter, and thou wilt know the woman Oona as unlike all other women, for she has journeyed far, and lived in strange places, and is wise in the ways of men, and in the ways they may be made glad. And in thy old age will she still make thee glad, and thy memory of her in the days of thy strength will be sweet, and thou wilt know always that she was ease to thee, and peace, and rest, and that beyond all women to other men has she been a woman to thee. Even so, said Negore, and the hunger for her ate at his heart, and his arms went out for her, as a hungry man's arms might go out for food. When thou hast shown the way, Negore, she chided him, but her eyes were soft and warm, and he knew she looked upon him as a woman had never looked before. It is well, he said, turning resolutely on his heel. I go now to make talk with the chiefs, so that they may know I am gone to show the Russians the way. Oh, Negore, my man, she said to herself as she watched him go. But she said it so softly that even old Kinoos did not hear, and his ears were over keen, what with his blindness. 3 days later, having with craft ill concealed his hiding place, Negore was dragged forth like a rat and brought before Ivan. Ivan the Terrible, as he was known by the men who marched at his back. Negore was armed with a miserable bone-barbed spear, and he kept his rabbit-skin robe wrapped closely about him, and though the day was warm, he shivered as if with ague. He shook his head that he did not understand the speech Ivan put at him, and made that he was very weary and sick, and wished only to sit down and rest, pointing the while to his stomach in sign of his sickness, and shivering fiercely. But Ivan had a man from Pastolik who talked the speech of Negore, and many and vain were the questions they asked him concerning his tribe, till the man from Pastolik, who was called Karduk, said, It is the word of Ivan that thou shalt be lashed till thou diest if thou dost not speak. And know, strange brother, when I tell thee the word of Ivan is the law, that I am thy friend and no friend of Ivan. For I come not willingly from my country by the sea, and I desire greatly to live. Therefore I obey the will of my master, as thou wilt obey, strange brother, if thou art wise and wouldest live. Nay, strange brother, Negore answered, I know not the way my people are gone, for I was sick, and they fled so fast my legs gave out from under me, and I fell behind. Negore waited until Karduk talked with Ivan. Then Negore saw the Russian's face go dark, and he saw the men step to either side of him, snapping the lashes of their whips. Whereupon he betrayed a great fright, and cried aloud that he was a sick man, and knew nothing, but would tell what he knew. And with such purpose did he tell, that Ivan gave the word to his men to march, and on either side of Negore marched the men with the whips, that he might not run away. And when he made that he was weak of his sickness, and stumbled and walked not so fast as they walked, they laid their lashes upon him till he screamed with pain and discovered new strength. And when Karduk told him all would be well with him when they had overtaken his tribe, he answered, "And then may I rest and move not?" Continually he asked, "And when may I rest and move not?" And while he appeared very sick, and looked about him with dull eyes, he noted the fighting strength of Ivan's men, and noted with satisfaction that Ivan did not recognize him as the man he had beaten before the gates of the fort. It was a strange following his dull eyes saw. There were Slavonian hunters, fair-skinned and mighty-muscled, short, squat Finns, with flat noses and round faces; Siberian half-breeds, whose noses were more like eagle-beaks; and lean, slant-eyed men who bore in their veins the Mongol and Tartar blood, as well as the blood of the Slav. Wild adventurers they were, forayers and destroyers from the far lands beyond the Sea of Bering, who blasted the new and unknown world with fire and sword, and clutched greedily for its wealth of fur and hide. Negore looked upon them with satisfaction, and in his mind's eye he saw them crushed and lifeless at the passage up the rocks. And ever he saw, waiting for him at the passage up the rocks, the face and form of Oona, and ever he heard her voice in his ears, and felt the soft, warm glow of her eyes. And never did he forget to shiver, nor to stumble when the footing was rough, nor to cry aloud at the bite of the lash. Also he was afraid of Karduk, for he knew him for no true man. He was a false eye and an easy tongue. A tongue way too easy, he judged, for the awkwardness of honest speech. All day they marched, and on the next, when Karduk asked him at command of Ivan, he said he doubted they would meet with his tribe till the morrow. But Ivan, who had once been shown the way by old Knuus, and had found that way to lead through the white water and the deadly fight, believed no more in anything. So when they came to a passage up the rocks, he halted his 40 men, and through Karduk demanded if the way were clear. Negore looked at it shortly and carelessly. It was a vast slide that broke the straight wall of the cliff, and was overrun with brush and creeping plants, where a score of tribes could have lain well hidden. He shook his head. "Nay, there be nothing there," he said. "The way is clear." Again Ivan spoke to Karduk, and Karduk said, "No, my strange brother, if thy talk be not straight, and if thy people block the way, and fall upon Ivan and his men, that thou shalt die, and at once." "My talk is straight," Negore said. "The way is clear." Still Ivan doubted, and ordered 2 of his Slavonian hunters to go up alone. 2 other men he ordered to the side of Negore. They placed their guns against his breast and waited. All waited. And Negore knew, should one arrow fly or one spear be flung, that his death would come upon him. The 2 Slavonian hunters toiled upward until they grew smaller and smaller, and when they reached the top, they waved their hats that all was well. They were like black specks against the sky. The guns were lowered from Negore's breast, and Ivan gave the order for his men to go forward. Ivan was silent, lost in thought. For an hour he marched as though puzzled, and then, through Karduk's mouth, he said to Negore, "How didst thou know the way was clear, when thou didst look so briefly upon it?" Negore thought of the little birds he had seen perched among the rocks and upon the bushes, and smiled. It was so simple, but he shrugged his shoulders and made no answer, for he was thinking likewise of another passage up the rocks to which they would soon come, and where the little birds would all be gone. And he was glad that Karduk came from the great fog sea, where there were no trees or bushes, and where men learned watercraft instead of landcraft and woodcraft. 3 hours later, when the sun rose overhead, they came to another passage up the rocks, and Karduk said, "Look with all thine eyes, strange brother, and see if the way be clear, for Ivan is not minded this time to wait while the men go up before." Negore looked, and he looked with 2 men by his side, their guns resting upon his breast. He saw that the little birds were all gone, and once he saw the glint of sunlight on a rifle barrel. And he thought of Oonu and of her words. "And when the fighting begins, it is for thee, Negore, to crawl secretly away, so that thou be not slain." He felt the 2 guns pressed against his breast. This was not the way she had planned. There would be no crawling secretly away. He would be the first to die when the fighting began. But he said, and his voice was steady, and he still feigned to see the dull eyes and to shiver from his sickness, "The way is clear." And they started up, Ivan and his 40 men from the far lands beyond the Sea of Bering. And there was Karduk, the man from Pastolik, and Negore, with the 2 guns always upon him. It was a long climb, and they could not go fast, but very fast to Negore they seemed to approach the midway point, where top was no less near than bottom. A gun cracked among the rocks to the right, and Negore heard the war yell of all his tribe, and for an instant saw the rocks and bushes bristle alive with his kinfolk. Then he felt torn asunder by a burst of flame hot through his being, and as he fell he knew the sharp pangs of life as it wrenches at the flesh to be free. But he gripped his life with a miser's clutch and would not let it go. He still breathed the air, which bit his lungs with a painful sweetness, and dimly he saw and heard with passing spells of blindness and deafness the flashes of sight and sound again, wherein he saw the hunters of Ivan fall to their deaths, and his own brothers fringing the carnage and filling the air with a tumult of their cries and weapons, and, far above, the women and children loosing the great rocks that leapt like things alive and thundered down. The sun danced above him in the sky, the huge walls reeled and swung, and still he heard and saw dimly. And when the great Ivan fell across his legs, hurled there, lifeless, and crushed by downrushing rock, he remembered the blind eyes of old Knuush, and was glad. Then the sounds died down, and the rocks no longer thundered past, and he saw his tribespeople creeping close and closer, spearing the wounded as they came. And near to him he heard the scuffle of a mighty Slavonian hunter, loath to die, and half uprisen, borne back and down by the thirsting spears. Then he saw above him the face of Oona, and felt about him the arms of Oona. And for a moment the sun steadied and stood still, and the great walls were upright and moved not. "Thou art a brave man, Negore," he heard her say in his ear. "Thou art my man, Negore." And in that moment he lived all the life of gladness of which she had told him, and the laughter and the song. And as the sun went out of the sky above him, as in his old age, he knew the memory of her was sweet. And as ever the memories dimmed and died in the darkness that fell upon him, he knew in her arms the fulfillment of all the ease and rest she had promised him. And as the black night wrapped around him, his head upon her breast, he felt a great peace steal about him, and he was aware of the hush of many twilights and the mystery of silence. End of Negore, the Coward, by Jack London.
Chapter 13 of Phantastes by George MacDonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. I saw a ship sailing upon the sea, deeply laden as ship could be, but not so deep as in love I am, for I care not whether I sink or swim. Old Ballad. But love is such a mystery, I cannot find it out, for when I think I'm best resolved, I then am in most doubt. Sir John Suckling. One story I will try to reproduce. But alas, it is like trying to reconstruct a forest out of broken branches and withered leaves. In the fairy book, everything was just as it should be, though whether in words or something else, I cannot tell. It glowed and flashed the thoughts upon the soul, with such a power that the medium disappeared from the consciousness, and it was occupied only with the things themselves. My representation of it must resemble a translation from a rich and powerful language, capable of embodying the thoughts of a splendidly developed people into the meagre and half-articulate speech of a savage tribe. Of course, while I read it, I was Cosmo, and his history was mine. Yet, all the time, I seemed to have a kind of double consciousness, and the story a double meaning. Sometimes it seemed only to represent a simple story of ordinary life, perhaps almost of universal life, wherein two souls, loving each other and longing to come nearer, do, after all, but behold each other, as in a glass darkly. As through the hard rock go the branching silver veins, as into the solid land run the creeks and gulfs from the unresting sea, as the lights and influences of the upper world sink silently through the earth's atmosphere, so doth fairy invade the world of men, and sometimes startle the common eye with an association as of cause and effect, when between the two no connecting links can be traced. Cosmo von Wehrstahl was a student at the University of Prague. Though of a noble family, he was poor, and prided himself upon the independence that poverty gives. For what will not a man pride himself upon when he cannot get rid of it? A favourite with his fellow students, he yet had no companions, and none of them had ever crossed the threshold of his lodging in the top of one of the highest houses in the old town. Indeed, the secret of much of that complaisance which recommended him to his fellows was the thought of his unknown retreat, whither in the evening he could betake himself, and indulge undisturbed in his own studies and reveries. These studies, besides those subjects necessary to his course at the university, embraced some less commonly known and approved, for in a secret drawer lay the works of Albertus Magnus and Cornelius Agrippa, along with others less read and more abstruse. As yet, however, he had followed these researches only from curiosity, and had turned them to no practical purpose. His lodging consisted of one large, low-ceilinged room, singularly bare of furniture, for besides a couple of wooden chairs, a couch which served for dreaming on both by day and night, and a great press of black oak, there was very little in the room that could be called furniture. But curious instruments were heaped in the corners, and in one stood a skeleton, half leaning against the wall, half supported by a string about its neck. One of its hands, all of fingers, rested on the heavy pommel of a great sword that stood beside it. Various weapons were scattered about over the floor. The walls were utterly bare of adornment, for the few strange things, such as a large dried bat with wings dispread, the skin of a porcupine, and a stuffed sea-mouse, could hardly be reckoned as such. But although his fancy delighted in vagaries like these, he indulged his imagination with far different fare. His mind had never yet been filled with an absorbing passion, but it lay like a still twilight open to any wind, whether the low breath that wafts but odours, or the storm that bows the great trees till they strain and creak. He saw everything as through a rose-coloured glass. When he looked from his window on the street below, not a maiden passed but she moved as in a story, and drew his thoughts after her till she disappeared in the vista. When he walked in the streets, he always felt as if reading a tale, into which he sought to weave every face of interest that went by, and every sweet voice swept his soul as with the wing of a passing angel. He was in fact a poet without words, the more absorbed and endangered that the springing waters were dammed back into his soul, where, finding no utterance, they grew and swelled and undermined. He used to lie on his hard couch and read a tale or a poem, till the book dropped from his hand, but he dreamed on, he knew not whether awake or asleep, until the opposite roof grew upon his sense and turned golden in the sunrise. Then he arose too, and the impulses of vigorous youth kept him ever active, either in study or in sport, until again the close of the day left him free, and the world of night, which had lain drowned in the cataract of the day, rose up in his soul with all its stars and dim-seen phantom shapes. But this could hardly last long. Some one form must sooner or later step within the charmed circle, enter the house of life, and compel the bewildered magician to kneel and worship. One afternoon, towards dusk, he was wandering dreamily in one of the principal streets, when a fellow student roused him by a slap on the shoulder, and asked him to accompany him into a little back alley to look at some old armour which he had taken a fancy to possess. Cosmo was considered an authority in every matter pertaining to arms, ancient or modern. In the use of weapons none of the students could come near him, and his practical acquaintance with some had principally contributed to establish his authority in reference to all. He accompanied him willingly. They entered a narrow alley, and thence a dirty little court, where a low arched door admitted them into a heterogeneous assemblage of everything musty and dusty and old that could well be imagined. His verdict on the armour was satisfactory, and his companion at once concluded the purchase. As they were leaving the place, Cosmo's eye was attracted by an old mirror of an elliptical shape, which leaned against the wall, covered with dust. Around it was some curious carving, which he could see but very indistinctly by the glimmering light which the owner of the shop carried in his hand. It was this carving that attracted his attention. At least, so it appeared to him. He left the place, however, with his friend, taking no further notice of it. They walked together to the main street, where they parted and took opposite directions. No sooner was Cosmo left alone than the thought of the curious old mirror returned to him. A strong desire to see it more plainly arose within him, and he directed his steps once more towards the shop. The owner opened the door when he knocked, as if he had expected him. He was a little, old, withered man, with a hooked nose, and burning eyes constantly in a slow, restless motion, and looking here and there as if after something that eluded them. Pretending to examine several other articles, Cosmo at last approached the mirror, and requested to have it taken down. "Take it down yourself, master. I cannot reach it," said the old man. Cosmo took it down carefully, when he saw that the carving was indeed delicate and costly, being both of admirable design and execution, containing withal many devices which seemed to embody some meaning to which he had no clue. This, naturally, in one of his tastes and temperament, increased the interest he felt in the old mirror, so much, indeed, that he now longed to possess it, in order to study its frame at his leisure. He pretended, however, to want it only for use, and saying he feared the plate could be of little service, as it was rather old, he brushed away a little of the dust from its face, expecting to see a dull reflection within. His surprise was great when he found the reflection brilliant, revealing a glass not only uninjured by age, but wondrously clear and perfect, should the whole correspond to this part, even for one newly from the hands of the maker. He asked carelessly what the owner wanted for the thing. The old man replied by mentioning a sum of money far beyond the reach of poor Cosmo, who proceeded to replace the mirror where it had stood before. "You think the price too high?" said the old man. "I do not know that it is too much for you to ask," replied Cosmo, "but it is far too much for me to give." The old man held up his light towards Cosmo's face. "I like your look," said he. Cosmo could not return the compliment. In fact, now he looked closely at him for the first time, he felt a kind of repugnance to him, mingled with a strange feeling of doubt whether a man or a woman stood before him. "What is your name?" he continued. "Cosmo von Wehrstahl." Ah, I thought as much. I see your father in you." "I knew your father very well, young sir. I dare say in some odd corners of my house you might find some old things with his crest and cipher upon them still. Well, I like you. You shall have the mirror at the 4th part of what I asked for it, but upon one condition." "What is that?" said Cosmo. For, although the price was still a great deal for him to give, he could just manage it, and the desire to possess the mirror had increased to an altogether unaccountable degree, since it had seemed beyond his reach. "That if you should ever want to get rid of it again, you will let me have the first offer." "Certainly," replied Cosmo with a smile, adding, "a moderate condition indeed." "On your honour?" insisted the seller. "On my honour," said the buyer, and the bargain was concluded. "I will carry it home for you," said the old man, as Cosmo took it in his hands. "No, no, I will carry it myself," said he, for he had a peculiar dislike to revealing his residence to anyone, and more especially to this person, to whom he felt every moment a greater antipathy. "Just as you please," said the old creature, and muttered to himself as he held his light at the door to show him out of the court. "Sold for the 6th time. I wonder what will be the upshot of it this time. I should think my lady had had enough of it by now." Cosmo carried his prize carefully home, but all the way he had an uncomfortable feeling that he was watched and dogged. Repeatedly he looked about, but saw nothing to justify his suspicions. Indeed, the streets were too crowded and too ill-lighted to expose very readily a careful spy, if such there should be at his heels. He reached his lodging in safety, and leaned his purchase against the wall, rather relieved, strong as he was, to be rid of its weight. Then, lighting his pipe, threw himself on the couch, and was soon lapped in the folds of one of his haunting dreams. He returned home earlier than usual the next day, and fixed the mirror to the wall over the hearth, at one end of his long room. He then carefully wiped away the dust from its face, and clear as the water of a sunny spring, the mirror shone out from beneath the envious covering. But his interest was chiefly occupied with the curious carving of the frame. This he cleaned as well as he could with a brush, and then he proceeded to a minute examination of its various parts, in the hope of discovering some index to the intention of the carver. In this, however, he was unsuccessful, and at length, pausing with some weariness and disappointment, he gazed vacantly for a few moments into the depths of the reflected room. But ere long he said, half aloud, "What a strange thing a mirror is, and what a wondrous affinity exists between it and a man's imagination. For this room of mine, as I behold it in the glass, is the same, and yet not the same. It is not the mere representation of the room I live in, but it looks just as if I were reading about it in a story I like. All its commonness has disappeared. The mirror has lifted it out of the region of fact into the realm of art, and the very representing of it to me has clothed with interest that which was otherwise hard and bare, just as one sees with delight upon the stage the representation of a character from which one would escape in life as from something unendurably wearisome. But is it not rather that art rescues nature from the weary and sated regards of our senses, and the degrading injustice of our anxious everyday life, and appealing to the imagination, which dwells apart, reveals nature in some degree as she really is, and as she represents herself to the eye of the child, whose everyday life, fearless and unambitious, meets the true import of the wonder-teeming world around him, and rejoices therein without questioning? That skeleton now, I almost fear it, standing there so still, with eyes only for the unseen, like a watchtower looking across all the waste of this busy world into the quiet regions of rest beyond. And yet I know every bone and every joint in it as well as my own fist, and that old battle-axe looks as if any moment it might be caught up by a mailed hand, and borne forth by the mighty arm, go crashing through casque and skull and brain, invading the unknown with yet another bewildered ghost. I should like to live in that room, if I could only get into it. Scarcely had the half-moulded words floated from him, as he stood gazing into the mirror, when, striking him as with a flash of amazement that fixed him in his posture, noiseless and unannounced, glided suddenly through the door into the reflected room, with stately motion, yet reluctant and faltering step, the graceful form of a woman, clothed all in white. Her back only was visible as she walked slowly up to the couch in the further end of the room, on which she laid herself wearily, turning towards him a face of unutterable loveliness, in which suffering and dislike and a sense of compulsion strangely mingled with the beauty. He stood without the power of motion for some moments, with his eyes irrecoverably fixed upon her, and even after he was conscious of the ability to move, he could not summon up courage to turn and look on her face to face in the veritable chamber in which he stood. At length, with a sudden effort, in which the exercise of the will was so pure that it seemed involuntary, he turned his face to the couch. It was vacant. In bewilderment, mingled with terror, he turned again to the mirror. There, on the reflected couch, lay the exquisite lady form. She lay with closed eyes, whence 2 large tears were just welling from beneath the veiling lids, still as death, save for the convulsive motion of her bosom. Cosmo himself could not have described what he felt. His emotions were of a kind that destroyed consciousness, and could never be clearly recalled. He could not help standing yet by the mirror, and keeping his eyes fixed on the lady, though he was painfully aware of his rudeness, and feared every moment that she would open hers and meet his fixed regard. But he was, ere long, a little relieved, for after a while her eyelids slowly rose, and her eyes remained uncovered, but unemployed for a time, and when at length they began to wander about the room, as if languidly seeking to make some acquaintance with her environment, they were never directed towards him. It seemed nothing but what was in the mirror could affect her vision, and therefore, if she saw him at all, it could only be his back, which of necessity was turned towards her in the glass. The 2 figures in the mirror could not meet face to face, except he turned and looked at her present in his room, and as she was not there, he concluded that if he were to turn towards the part in his room corresponding to that in which she lay, his reflection would either be invisible to her altogether, or at least it must appear to gaze vacantly towards her, and no meeting of the eyes would produce the impression of spiritual proximity. By and by, her eyes fell upon the skeleton, and he saw her shudder and close them. She did not open them again, but signs of repugnance continued evident on her countenance. Cosmo would have removed the obnoxious thing at once, but he feared to discompose her yet more by the assertion of his presence which the act would involve. So he stood and watched her. The eyelids yet shrouded the eyes, leaving only a faint sorrow behind. The features settled into an unchanging expression of rest, and by these signs, and the slow, regular motion of her breathing, Cosmo knew that she slept. He could now gaze on her without embarrassment. He saw that her figure, dressed in the simplest robe of white, was worthy of her face, and so harmonious that either the delicately moulded foot or any finger of the equally delicate hand was an index to the whole. As she lay, her whole form manifested the relaxation of perfect repose. He gazed till he was weary, and at last seated himself near the new-found shrine, and mechanically took up a book, like one who watches by a sick-bed. But his eyes gathered no thoughts from the page before him. His intellect had been stunned by the bold contradiction to its face of all its experience, and now lay passive, without assertion or speculation, or even conscious astonishment, while his imagination sent one wild dream of blessedness after another coursing through his soul. How long he sat he knew not, but at length he roused himself, rose, and trembling in every portion of his frame, looked again into the mirror. She was gone. The mirror reflected faithfully what his room presented, and nothing more. It stood there like a golden setting whence the central jewel has been stolen away, like a night sky without the glory of its stars. She had carried with her all the strangeness of the reflected room. It had sunk to the level of the one without. But when the first pangs of his disappointment had passed, Cosmo began to comfort himself with the hope that she might return, perhaps the next evening at the same hour. Resolving that if she did, she should not at least be scared by the hateful skeleton, he removed that, and several other articles of questionable appearance, into a recess by the side of the hearth, whence they could not possibly cast any reflection into the mirror, and having made his poor room as tidy as he could, sought the solace of the open sky, and of a night wind that had begun to blow, for he could not rest where he was. When he returned, Somewhat composed, he could hardly prevail with himself to lie down on his bed, for he could not help feeling as if she had lain upon it, and for him to lie there now would be something like sacrilege. However, weariness prevailed, and laying himself on the couch, dressed as he was, he slept till day. With a beating heart, beating till he could hardly breathe, he stood in dumb hope before the mirror on the following evening. Again the reflected room shone as through a purple vapour in the gathering twilight. Everything seemed waiting like himself for a coming splendour to glorify its poor earthliness with the presence of a heavenly joy. And just as the room vibrated with the strokes of the neighbouring church bell, announcing the hour of 6, in glided the pale beauty, and again laid herself on the couch. Poor Cosmo nearly lost his senses with delight. She was there once more. Her eyes sought the corner where the skeleton had stood, and a faint gleam of satisfaction crossed her face, apparently at seeing it empty. She looked suffering still, but there was less of discomfort expressed in her countenance than there had been the night before. She took more notice of the things about her, and seemed to gaze with some curiosity on the strange apparatus standing here and there in her room. At length, however, drowsiness seemed to overtake her, and again she fell asleep. Resolved not to lose sight of her this time, Cosmo watched the sleeping form. Her slumber was so deep and absorbing that a fascinating repose seemed to pass contagiously from her to him as he gazed upon her, and he started as if from a dream when the lady moved, and without opening her eyes, rose, and passed from the room with the gait of a somnambulist. Cosmo was now in a state of extravagant delight. Most men have a secret treasure somewhere. The miser has his golden hoard, the virtuoso his pet ring, the student his rare book, the poet his favourite haunt, the lover his secret drawer. But Cosmo had a mirror with a lovely lady in it. And now that he knew by the skeleton that she was affected by the things around her, he had a new object in life. He would turn the bare chamber in the mirror into a room such as no lady need disdain to call her own. This he could effect only by furnishing and adorning his, and Cosmo was poor. Yet he possessed accomplishments that could be turned to account, although hitherto he had preferred living on his slender allowance to increasing his means by what his pride considered unworthy of his rank. He was the best swordsman in the university, and now he offered to give lessons in fencing and similar exercises to such as chose to pay him well for the trouble. His proposal was heard with surprise by the students, but it was eagerly accepted by many, and soon his instructions were not confined to the richer students, but were anxiously sought by many of the young nobility of Prague and its neighbourhood, so that very soon he had a good deal of money at his command. The first thing he did was to remove his apparatus and oddities into a closet in the room. Then he placed his bed and a few other necessaries on each side of the hearth, and parted them from the rest of the room by 2 screens of Indian fabric. Then he put an elegant couch for the lady to lie upon, in the corner where his bed had formerly stood, and by degrees, every day adding some article of luxury, converted it at length into a rich boudoir. Every night, about the same time, the lady entered. The first time she saw the new couch, she started with a half-smile. Then her face grew very sad, the tears came to her eyes, and she laid herself upon the couch, and pressed her face into the silken cushions, as if to hide from everything. She took notice of each addition and each change as the work proceeded, and a look of acknowledgment, as if she knew that someone was ministering to her, and was grateful for it, mingled with the constant look of suffering. At length, after she had lain down as usual one evening, her eyes fell upon some paintings with which Cosmo had just finished adorning the walls. She rose, and to his great delight, walked across the room, and proceeded to examine them carefully, testifying much pleasure in her looks as she did so. But again the sorrowful, tearful expression returned, and again she buried her face in the pillows of her couch. Gradually, however, her countenance had grown more composed. Much of the suffering manifest on her first appearance had vanished, and a kind of quiet, hopeful expression had taken its place, which, however, frequently gave way to an anxious, troubled look, mingled with something of sympathetic pity. Meantime, how fared Cosmo? As might be expected in one of his temperament, his interest had blossomed into love, and his love, Shall I call it ripened or withered into passion? But alas, he loved a shadow. He could not come near her, could not speak to her, could not hear a sound from those sweet lips, to which his longing eyes would cling like bees to their honey founts. Ever and anon he sang to himself, I shall die for love of the maiden. And ever he looked again, and died not, though his heart seemed ready to break with intensity of life and longing. And the more he did for her, the more he loved her, and he hoped that, although she never appeared to see him, yet she was pleased to think that one unknown would give his life to her. He tried to comfort himself over his separation from her, by thinking that perhaps some day she would see him, and make signs to him, and that would satisfy him. For, thought he, is not this all that a loving soul can do to enter into communion with another? Nay, how many who love never come nearer than to behold each other as in a mirror, seem to know, and yet never know the inward life, never enter the other soul, and part at last, with but the vaguest notion of the universe on the borders of which they have been hovering for years. If I could but speak to her, and knew that she heard me, I should be satisfied. Once he contemplated painting a picture on the wall, which should of necessity convey to the lady a thought of himself. But though he had some skill with the pencil, he found his hand tremble so much when he began the attempt, that he was forced to give it up. Who lives, he dies. Who dies, he is alive. One evening, as he stood gazing on his treasure, he thought he saw a faint expression of self-consciousness on her countenance, as if she surmised that passionate eyes were fixed upon her. This grew, till at last the red blood rose over her neck, and cheek, and brow. Cosmo's longing to approach her became almost delirious. This night she was dressed in an evening costume, resplendent with diamonds. This could add nothing to her beauty, but it presented it in a new aspect, enabled her loveliness to make a new manifestation of itself in a new embodiment. For essential beauty is infinite, and as the soul of nature needs an endless succession of varied forms to embody her loveliness, countless faces of beauty springing forth, not any two the same, at any one of her heart-throbs. So the individual form needs an infinite change of its environments to enable it to uncover all the phases of its loveliness. Diamonds glittered from amidst her hair, half hidden in its luxuriance, like stars through dark rain clouds, and the bracelets on her white arms flashed all the colors of a rainbow of lightnings, as she lifted her snowy hands to cover her burning face. But her beauty shone down all its adornment. If I might have but one of her feet to kiss, thought Cosmo, I should be content. Alas, he deceived himself, for passion is never content. Nor did he know that there are two ways out of her enchanted house. But suddenly, as if the pang had been driven into his heart from without, revealing itself first in pain, and afterwards in definite form, the thought darted into his mind, she has a lover somewhere. Remembered words of his bring the color on her face now. I am nowhere to her. She lives in another world all day, and all night after she leaves me. Why does she come and make me love her, till I, a strong man, am too faint to look upon her more? He looked again, and her face was pale as a lily. A sorrowful compassion seemed to rebuke the glitter of the restless jewels, and the slow tears rose in her eyes. She left her room sooner this evening than was her wont. Cosmo remained alone, with a feeling as if his bosom had been suddenly left empty and hollow, and the weight of the whole world was crushing in its walls. The next evening, for the first time since she began to come, she came not. And now Cosmo was in wretched plight. Since the thought of arrival had occurred to him, he could not rest for a moment. More than ever he longed to see the lady face to face. He persuaded himself that if he but knew the worst, he would be satisfied, for then he could abandon Prague, and find that relief in constant motion which is the hope of all active minds when invaded by distress. Meantime he waited with unspeakable anxiety for the next night, hoping she would return, but she did not appear. And now he fell really ill. Rallied by his fellow students on his wretched looks, he ceased to attend the lectures. His engagements were neglected. He cared for nothing. The sky, with the great sun in it, was to him a heartless, burning desert. The men and women in the streets were mere puppets, without motives in themselves, or interest to him. He saw them all as on the ever-changing field of a camera obscura. She alone and altogether, was his universe, his well of life, his incarnate good. For 6 evenings she came not. Let his absorbing passion, and the slow fever that was consuming his brain, be his excuse for the resolution which he had taken and begun to execute, before that time had expired. Reasoning with himself that it must be by some enchantment connected with the mirror that the form of the lady was to be seen in it, he determined to attempt to turn to account what he had hitherto studied principally from curiosity. For, he said to himself, if a spell can force her presence in that glass, and she came unwillingly at first, may not a stronger spell, such as I know, especially with the aid of her half-presence in the mirror, if ever she appears again, compel her living form to come to me here? If I do her wrong, let love be my excuse. I want only to know my doom from her own lips. He never doubted, all the time, that she was a real earthly woman, or rather that there was a woman who, somehow or other, threw this reflection of her form into the magic mirror. He opened his secret drawer, took out his books of magic, lighted his lamp, and read and made notes from midnight till 3 in the morning, for 3 successive nights. Then he replaced his books, and the next night went out in quest of the materials necessary for the conjuration. These were not easy to find, for in love charms and all incantations of this nature, ingredients are employed scarcely fit to be mentioned, and for the thought even of which, in connection with her, he could only excuse himself on the score of his bitter need. At length he succeeded in procuring all he required, and on the 7th evening from that on which she had last appeared, he found himself prepared for the exercise of unlawful and tyrannical power. He cleared the centre of the room, stooped and drew a circle of red on the floor around the spot where he stood, wrote in the 4 quarters mystical signs, and numbers which were all powers of 7 or 9, examined the whole ring carefully, to see that no smallest break had occurred in the circumference, and then rose from his bending posture. As he rose, the church clock struck 7, and just as she had appeared the first time, reluctant, slow, and stately, glided in the lady. Cosmo trembled, and when, turning, she revealed a countenance worn and wan, as with sickness or inward trouble, he grew faint, and felt as if he dared not proceed. But as he gazed on the face and form which now possessed his whole soul, to the exclusion of all other joys and griefs, the longing to speak to her, to know that she heard him, to hear from her one word in return, became so unendurable, that he suddenly and hastily resumed his preparations. Stepping carefully from the circle, he put a small brazier into its centre. He then set fire to its contents of charcoal, and while it burned up, opened his window and seated himself, waiting beside it. It was a sultry evening. The air was full of thunder. A sense of luxurious depression filled the brain. The sky seemed to have grown heavy, and to compress the air beneath it. A kind of purplish tinge pervaded the atmosphere, and through the open window came the scents of the distant fields, which all the vapours of the city could not quench. Soon the charcoal glowed. Cosmo sprinkled upon it the incense and other substances which he had compounded, and stepping within the circle, turned his face from the brazier and towards the mirror. Then, fixing his eyes upon the face of the lady, he began with a trembling voice to repeat a powerful incantation. He had not gone far before the lady grew pale, and then, like a returning wave, the blood washed all its banks with its crimson tide, and she hid her face in her hands. Then he passed to a conjuration stronger yet. The lady rose and walked uneasily to and fro in her room. Another spell, and she seemed seeking with her eyes for some object on which they wished to rest. At length it seemed as if she suddenly espied him, for her eyes fixed themselves full and wide upon his, and she drew gradually, and somewhat unwillingly, close to her side of the mirror, just as if his eyes had fascinated her. Cosmo had never seen her so near before. Now at least eyes met eyes, but he could not quite understand the expression of hers. They were full of tender entreaty, but there was something more that he could not interpret. Though his heart seemed to labor in his throat, he would allow no delight or agitation to turn him from his task. Looking still in her face, he passed on to the mightiest charm he knew. Suddenly the lady turned and walked out of the door of her reflected chamber. A moment after, she entered his room with veritable presence, and forgetting all his precautions, he sprang from the charmed circle and knelt before her. There she stood, the living lady of his passionate visions, alone beside him, in a thundery twilight and the glow of a magic fire. "Why," said the lady with a trembling voice, "didst thou bring a poor maiden through the rainy streets alone?" "Because I am dying for love of thee, but I only brought thee from the mirror there." "Ah, the mirror!" And she looked up at it and shuddered. "Alas, I am but a slave while that mirror exists. But do not think it was the power of thy spells that drew me. It was thy longing desire to see me that beat at the door of my heart, till I was forced to yield." "Canst thou love me, then?" said Cosmo, in a voice calm as death, but almost inarticulate with emotion. "I do not know," she replied sadly. "That I cannot tell, so long as I am bewildered with enchantments. It were indeed a joy too great, to lay my head on thy bosom and weep to death, for I think thou lovest me, though I do not know. But—" Cosmo rose from his knees. "I love thee as—nay, I know not what, for since I have loved thee, there is nothing else." He seized her hand. She withdrew it. "No, better not. I am in thy power, and therefore I may not." She burst into tears, and kneeling before him in her turn, said, "Cosmo, if thou lovest me, set me free, even from thyself. Break the mirror." "And shall I see thyself instead?" "That I cannot tell. I will not deceive thee. We may never meet again." A fierce struggle arose in Cosmo's bosom. Now she was in his power. She did not dislike him at least, and he could see her when he would. To break the mirror would be to destroy his very life, to banish out of his universe the only glory it possessed. The whole world would be but a prison if he annihilated the one window that looked into the paradise of love. Not yet pure in love, he hesitated. With a wail of sorrow, the lady rose to her feet. "Ah, he loves me not! He loves me not, even as I love him, and alas, I care more for his love than even for the freedom I ask." "I will not wait to be willing!" cried Cosmo, and sprang to the corner where the great sword stood. Meantime it had grown very dark. Only the embers cast a red glow through the room. He seized the sword by the steel scabbard, and stood before the mirror, but as he heaved a great blow at it with a heavy pommel, the blade slipped halfway out of the scabbard, and the pommel struck the wall above the mirror. At that moment a terrible clap of thunder seemed to burst in the very room beside them, and ere Cosmo could repeat the blow, he fell senseless on the hearth. When he came to himself, he found that the lady and the mirror had both disappeared. He was seized with a brain fever, which kept him to his couch for weeks. When he recovered his reason, he began to think what could have become of the mirror. For the lady, he hoped she had found her way back as she came. But as the mirror involved her fate with its own, he was more immediately anxious about that. He could not think she had carried it away. It was much too heavy, even if it had not been too firmly fixed in the wall, for her to remove it. Then again he remembered the thunder, which made him believe that it was not the lightning, but some other blow that had struck him down. He concluded that, either by supernatural agency, he having exposed himself to the vengeance of the demons in leaving the circle of safety, or in some other mode, the mirror had probably found its way back to its former owner, and, horrible to think of, might have been by this time once more disposed of, delivering up the lady into the power of another man, who, if he used his power no worse than he himself had done, might yet give Cosmo abundant cause to curse the selfish indecision which prevented him from shattering the mirror at once. Indeed, to think that she whom he loved, and who had prayed to him for freedom, should be still at the mercy, in some degree, of the possessor of the mirror, and was at least exposed to his constant observation, was in itself enough to madden a chary lover. Anxiety to be well retarded his recovery, but at length he was able to creep abroad. He first made his way to the old broker's, pretending to be in search of something else. A laughing sneer on the creature's face convinced him that he knew all about it, but he could not see it amongst his furniture, or get any information out of him as to what had become of it. He expressed the utmost surprise at hearing it had been stolen, a surprise which Cosmo saw at once to be counterfeited, while at the same time he fancied that the old wretch was not at all anxious to have it mistaken for genuine. Full of distress, which he concealed as well as he could, he made many searches, but with no avail. Of course he could ask no questions, but he kept his ears awake for any remotest hint that might set him in a direction of search. He never went out without a short, heavy hammer of steel about him, that he might shatter the mirror the moment he was made happy by the sight of his lost treasure, if ever that blessed moment should arrive. Whether he should see the lady again was now a thought altogether secondary, and postponed to the achievement of her freedom. He wandered here and there like an anxious ghost, pale and haggard, gnawed ever at the heart by the thought of what she might be suffering, all from his fault. One night he mingled with a crowd that filled the rooms of one of the most distinguished mansions in the city, for he accepted every invitation, that he might lose no chance, however poor, of obtaining some information that might expedite his discovery. Here he wandered about, listening to every stray word that he could catch, in the hope of a revelation. As he approached some ladies who were talking quietly in a corner, one said to another, "Have you heard of the strange illness of the Princess von Hohenweiss?" "Yes, she has been ill for more than a year now. It is very sad for so fine a creature to have such a terrible malady. She was better for some weeks lately, but within the last few days the same attacks have returned, apparently accompanied with more suffering than ever. It is altogether an inexplicable story." "Is there a story connected with her illness?" "I have only heard imperfect reports of it, but it is said that she gave offence some 18 months ago to an old woman who had held an office of trust in the family, and who, after some incoherent threats, disappeared. This peculiar affection followed soon after. But the strangest part of the story is its association with the loss of an antique mirror, which stood in her dressing-room, and of which she constantly made use." Here the speaker's voice sank to a whisper, and Cosmo, although his very soul sat listening in his ears, could hear no more. He trembled too much to dare address the ladies, even if it had been advisable to expose himself to their curiosity. The name of the princess was well known to him, but he had never seen her, except indeed it was she, which now he hardly doubted, who had knelt before him on that dreadful night. Fearful of attracting attention, for, from the weak state of his health, he could not recover an appearance of calmness, he made his way to the open air, and reached his lodgings, glad in this, that he at least knew where she lived, although he never dreamed of approaching her openly, even if he should be happy enough to free her from her hateful bondage. He hoped, too, that as he had unexpectedly learned so much, the other and far more important part might be revealed to him ere long. "Have you seen Steinwald lately?" "No, I have not seen him for some time. He is almost a match for me at the rapier, and I suppose he thinks he needs no more lessons. I wonder what has become of him. I want to see him very much. Let me see. The last time I saw him he was coming out of that old broker's den, to which, if you remember, you accompanied me once to look at some armour. That is fully 3 weeks ago." This hint was enough for Cosmo. Von Steinwald was a man of influence in the court, well known for his reckless habits and fierce passions. The very possibility that the mirror should be in his possession was hell itself to Cosmo. But violent or hasty measures of any sort were most unlikely to succeed. All that he wanted was an opportunity of breaking the fatal glass, and to obtain this he must bide his time. He revolved many plans in his mind, but without being able to fix upon any. At length one evening, as he was passing the house of von Steinwald, he saw the windows more than usually brilliant. He watched for a while, and seeing that company began to arrive, hastened home, and dressed as richly as he could, in the hope of mingling with the guests unquestioned, in effecting which there could be no difficulty for a man of his carriage. In a lofty, silent chamber, in another part of the city, lay a form more like marble than a living woman. The loveliness of death seemed frozen upon her face, for her lips were rigid, and her eyelids closed. Her long white hands were crossed over her breast, and no breathing disturbed their repose. Beside the dead, Men speak in whispers, as if the deepest rest of all could be broken by the sound of a living voice. Just so, though the soul was evidently beyond the reach of all intimations from the senses, the two ladies who sat by her spoke in the gentlest tones of subdued sorrow. "She has lain so for an hour. This cannot last long, I fear. How much thinner she has grown within the last few weeks. If she would only speak and explain what she suffers, it would be better for her. I think she has visions in her trances, but nothing can induce her to refer to them when she is awake. Does she ever speak in these trances? I have never heard her, but they say she walks sometimes, and once put the whole household in a terrible fright by disappearing for a whole hour, and returning drenched with rain, and almost dead with exhaustion and fright. But even then she would give no account of what had happened." A scarce audible murmur from the yet motionless lips of the lady here startled her attendants. After several ineffectual attempts at articulation, the word "Cosmo!" burst from her. Then she lay still as before, but only for a moment. With a wild cry she sprang from the couch erect on the floor, flung her arms above her head with clasped and straining hands, and her wide eyes flashing with light, called aloud, with a voice exultant as that of a spirit bursting from a sepulchre, "I am free! I am free! I thank thee!" Then she flung herself on the couch and sobbed, then rose and paced wildly up and down the room, with gestures of mingled delight and anxiety. Then turning to her motionless attendants, "Quick, Lisa, my cloak and hood!" Then lower, "I must go to him. Make haste, Lisa! You may come with me if you will." In another moment they were in the street, hurrying along towards one of the bridges over the Moldau. The moon was near the zenith, and the streets were almost empty. The princess soon outstripped her attendant, and was halfway over the bridge before the other reached it. "Are you free, lady? The mirror is broken. Are you free?" The words were spoken close beside her as she hurried on. She turned, and there, leaning on the parapet in a recess of the bridge, stood Cosmo, in a splendid dress, but with a white and quivering face. "Cosmo! I am free, and thy servant forever. I was coming to you now." "And I to you, for death made me bold, but I could get no further. Have I atoned at all? Do I love you a little, truly?" "Ah, I know now that you love me, my Cosmo. But what do you say about death?" He did not reply. His hand was pressed against his side. She looked more closely. The blood was welling from between the fingers. She flung her arms around him with a faint, bitter wail. When Lisa came up, she found her mistress kneeling above a wan, dead face, which smiled on in the spectral moonbeams. And now I will say no more about these wondrous volumes, though I could tell many a tale out of them, and could perhaps vaguely represent some entrancing thoughts of a deeper kind which I found within them. From many a sultry noon till twilight did I sit in that grand hall, buried and risen again in these old books, and I trust I have carried away in my soul some of the exhalations of their undying leaves. In after hours of deserved or needful sorrow, portions of what I read there have often come to me again, with an unexpected comforting, which was not fruitless, even though the comfort might seem in itself groundless and vain. End of Chapter 13 of Phantastes, by George MacDonald.
The Taoist Priests of Lao-Shan, from Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, translated and annotated by Herbert A. Giles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Taoist Priests of Lao-Shan, translated and annotated by Herbert A. Giles. There lived in our village a Mr. Wang, the seventh son of an old family. This gentleman had a penchant for the Taoist religion, and hearing that at Lao-Shan there were plenty of immortals, shouldered his knapsack and went off for a tour thither. Ascending the peak of the mountain, he reached a secluded monastery, where he found a priest sitting on a rush mat, with long hair flowing over his neck, and a pleasant expression on his face. Making a low bow, Wang addressed him thus: "Mysterious indeed is the doctrine. I pray you, sir, instruct me therein." "Delicately nurtured and wanting in energy as you are," replied the priest, "I fear you would not support the fatigue." "Try me," said Wang. So when the disciples, who were very many in number, collected together at dusk, Wang joined them in making obeisance to the priest, and remained with them in the monastery. Very early next morning the priest summoned Wang, and giving him a hatchet, sent him out with the others to cut firewood. Wang respectfully obeyed, continuing to work for over a month, until his hands and feet were so swollen and blistered that he secretly meditated returning home. One evening when he came back, he found two strangers sitting drinking with his master. It being already dark, and no lamp or candles having been brought in, the old priest took some scissors and cut out a circular piece of paper like a mirror. Then he proceeded to stick it up against the wall. Immediately it became a dazzling moon, by the light of which you could see the hair or beard of corn. The disciples all came crowding around to wait upon them, but one of the strangers said, "On a festive occasion like this, we ought all to enjoy ourselves together." Accordingly he took the kettle of wine from the table and presented it to the disciples, bidding them drink each his fill, whereupon our friend Wang began to wonder how 7 or 8 of them could all be served out of a single kettle. The disciples, too, rushed about in search of cups, each struggling to get the first drink, for fear the wine would soon be exhausted. Nevertheless, all the candidates failed to empty the kettle, at which they were very much astonished. Then suddenly one of the strangers said, "You have given us a fine bright moon, but it's dull work drinking by ourselves. Why not call Chiang Nyo to join us?" He then seized a chopstick and threw it at the moon, whereupon a lovely girl stepped forth from its beams. At first she was only a foot high, but on reaching the ground lengthened to the ordinary size of woman. She had a slender waist and a beautiful neck, and went most gracefully through the red garment figure. When this was finished she sang the following words: ye fairies, I'm coming back soon. Too lonely and cold is my home in the moon." Her voice was clear and well sustained, ringing like the notes of a flageolet, and when she had concluded her song she pirouetted round and jumped up on the table, where, with every eye fixed in astonishment upon her, she once more became a chopstick. The 3 friends laughed out loud, and one of them said, "We are very jolly tonight, but I have hardly room for any more wine. Will you drink a parting glass with me in the palace of the moon?" They then took up the table and walked into the moon, where they could be seen drinking so plainly that their eyebrows and beards appeared like reflections in a looking-glass. By and by the moon became obscured, and when the disciples brought the lighted candle, they found the priest sitting in the dark alone. The viands, however, were still upon the table, and the mirror-like piece of paper on the wall. "Have you all had enough to drink?" asked the priest, to which they answered that they had. "In that case," he said, "you had better get to bed, so as not to be behindhand with your wood-cutting in the morning." So they all went off, and among them Wang, who was delighted at what he had seen, and thought no more of returning home. But after a time he could not stand it any longer, and as the priest taught him no magical arts, he determined not to wait, but went to him and said, "Sir, I traveled many long miles for the benefit of your instruction. If you will not teach me the secret of immortality, let me at any rate learn some trifling trick, and thus soothe my cravings for a knowledge of your art. I have now been here 2 or 3 months, doing nothing but chopping firewood, out in the morning, back at night. work to which I was never accustomed in my own home. Did I not tell you, replied the priest, that you would never support the fatigue? Tomorrow I will start you on your way home. Sir, said Wang, I have worked for you a long time. Teach me some small art, that my coming here may not have been wholly in vain. What art? Asked the priest. Well, answered Wang, I have noticed that whenever you walk anywhere, walls and so on are no obstacle to you. Teach me this, and I'll be satisfied. The priest laughingly assented and taught Wang a formula, which he bade him recite. When he had done so, he told him to walk through the wall. But Wang, seeing the wall in front of him, didn't like to walk at it. As, however, the priest bade him try, he walked quietly up to it, and was there stopped. The priest here cried out, Don't go slowly. Put your head down and rush at it. So Wang stepped back a few paces and went at it full speed, and the wall yielded to him as he passed. In a moment he found himself outside. Delighted at this, he went to thank the priest, who told him to be careful in the using of his power, or otherwise there would be no response, handing him at the same time some money for his expenses on the way. When Wang got home, he went about bragging of his Taoist friends, and his contempt for walls in general. But as his wife disbelieved his story, he set about going through the performance as before. Stepping back from the wall, he rushed at it full speed with his head down, but coming in contact with the hard bricks, finished up in a heap on the floor. His wife picked him up and found he had a bump on his forehead as big as a large egg, at which she roared with laughter. But Wang was overwhelmed with rage and shame, and cursed the old priest for his base ingratitude. The end of The Taoist Priest of Lao-Shan, translated and annotated by Herbert A. Giles.
The Thing on the Hearth by Melville Davisson Post. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Thing on the Hearth. The first confirmatory evidence of the thing, Excellency, was the print of a woman's bare foot. He was an immense creature. He sat in an upright chair that seemed to have been provided especially for him. The great bulk of him flowed out and filled the chair. It did not seem to be fat that enveloped him. It seemed rather to be some soft, tough fibre, like the pudgy mass making up the body of a deep-sea thing. One got an impression of strength. The country was before the open window. The clusters of cultivated shrub on the sweep of velvet lawn extending to the great wall that enclosed the place, then the bend of the river, and beyond, the distant mountains, blue and mysterious, blending indiscernibly into the sky. A soft sun, clouded with the haze of autumn, shone over it. You know how the faint moisture of the bare foot will make an impression. He paused, as though there was some compelling force in the reflection. It was impossible to say, with accuracy, to what race the man belonged. He came from some queer blend of Eastern peoples. His body and the cast of his features were Mongolian, but one got always before him a feeling of the hot East lying low down against the stagnant Suez. One felt that he had risen slowly into our world of hard air and sun out of the vast sweltering ooze of it. He spoke English with a certain care in the selection of the words, but with ease and an absence of effort, as though languages were instinctive to him, as though he could speak any language. And he impressed one with this same effortless facility in all things he did. It is necessary to try to understand this, because it explains the conception everybody got of the creature when they saw him in charge of Rodman. I am using precisely the descriptive words. He was exclusively in charge of Rodman, as a djinn in an Arabian tale might be in charge of a king's son. The creature was servile, with almost a grovelling servility, but one felt that this servility resulted from something potent and secret. One looked to see Rodman take Solomon's ring out of his waistcoat pocket. I suppose there is no longer any doubt about the fact that Rodman was one of those gigantic human intelligences who sometimes appear in the world, and by their immense conceptions dwarf all human knowledge, a sort of mental monster that we feel nature has no right to produce. Lord Bayless Truxley said that Rodman was some generations in advance of the time, and Lord Bayless Truxley was, beyond question, the greatest authority on synthetic chemistry in the world. Rodman was rich and, everybody supposed, indolent. No one ever thought very much about him until he published his brochure on the scientific manufacture of precious stones. Then, instantly, everybody with any pretension to a knowledge of synthetic chemistry turned toward him. The brochure startled the world. It proposed to adapt the lustre and beauty of jewels to commercial uses. We were being content with crude imitation colours in our commercial glass, when we could quite as easily have the actual structure and the actual lustre of the jewel in it. We were painfully hunting over the earth and in its bowels for a few crystals and prettily coloured stones, which we hoarded and treasured, when in a manufacturing laboratory we could easily produce them, more perfect than nature, and in unlimited quantity. Now, if you want to understand what I am printing here about Rodman, you must think about this thing as a scientific possibility, and not as a fantastic notion. Take, for example, Rodman's address before the Sorbonne, or his report to the International Congress of Science in Edinburgh, and you will begin to see what I mean. The Marchese Giovanni, who was a delegate to that Congress, and Pastreau, said that the something in the way of the actual practical realization of what Rodman outlined was the formulae. If Rodman could work out the formulae, jewel stuff could be produced as cheaply as glass, and in any quantity, by the carload. Imagine it, sheet ruby, sheet emerald, or the beauty and lustre of jewels in the windows of the corner drugstore. And there is another thing that I want you to think about. Think about the immense destruction of value. Not to us so greatly, for our stocks of precious stones are not large, but the thing meant practically wiping out all the assembled wealth of Asia, except the actual earth and its structures. The destruction of value was incredible. Put the thing some other way and consider it. Suppose we should suddenly discover that pure gold could be produced by treating common yellow clay with sulphuric acid, or that some genius should set up a machine on the border of the Sahara that received sand at one end and turned out sacked wheat at the other. What, then, would our hoarded gold be worth, or the wheatlands of Australia, Canada, or our northwest? The illustrations are fantastic, but the thing Rodman was after was a practical fact. He had it on the way. Giovanni and Lord Bayless Truxley were convinced that the man would work out the formulae. They tried, over their signatures, to prepare the world for it. The whole of Asia was appalled. The Rajas of the native states in India prepared a memorial and sent it to the British government. The thing came out after the mysterious, incredible tragedy. I should not have written that final sentence. I want you to think just now about the great hulk of a man that sat in his big chair beyond me at the window. It was like Rodman to turn up with an outlandish human creature attending him hand and foot. How the thing came about reads like a lie. It reads like a lie. Wildest lie that anybody ever put forward to explain a big yellow Oriental following one about. But it was no lie. You could not think up a lie to equal the actual things that happened to Rodman. Take the way he died. The thing began in India. Rodman had gone there to consult with the Marchese Giovanni concerning some molecular theory that was involved in his formulas. Giovanni was digging up a buried temple in the northern border of the Punjab. One night, in the explorer's tent near the excavations, this inscrutable creature walked in on Rodman. No one knew how he got into the tent or where he came from. Giovanni told him about it. The tent flap simply opened and the big Oriental appeared. He had something under his arm rolled up in a prayer carpet. He gave no attention to Giovanni, but he salaamed like a coolie to the little American. "Master," he said, "you are hard to find. I have looked over the world for you." And he squatted down on the dirty floor by Rodman's camp stool. Now, that's precisely the truth. I suppose any ordinary person would have started no end of fuss, but not Rodman, and not, I think, Giovanni. There's the attitude that we can't understand in a genius. Did you ever know a man with an inventive mind who doubted a miracle? A thing like that did not seem unreasonable to Rodman. The two men spent the remainder of the night looking at the present that the creature brought Rodman in his prayer carpet. They wanted to know where the Oriental got it, and that's how his story came out. He was something, searcher seems our nearest English word for it, in the great Shan monastery on the southeastern plateau of the Gobi. He was looking for Rodman because he had the light. Here was another word that the two men could find no term in any modern language to translate. A little flame was the literal meaning. The present was from the treasure room of the monastery. The very carpet around it, Giovanni said, was worth 20,000 lire. There was another thing that came out in the talk that Giovanni afterward recalled. Rodman was to accept the present and the man who brought it to him. The Oriental would protect him in every way, in every direction, from things visible and invisible. He made quite a speech about it. But there was one thing from which he could not protect him. The Oriental used a lot of his ancient words to explain, and he did not get it very clear. He seemed to mean that the creative forces of the spirit would not tolerate a division of worship with the creative forces of the body, the celibate notion in the monastic idea. Giovanni thought Rodman did not understand it. He thought he himself understood it better. The monk was pledging Rodman to a high virtue, in the lapse of which something awful was sure to happen. Giovanni wrote a letter to the State Department when he learned what had happened to Rodman. The State Department turned it over to the court at the trial. I think it was one of the things that influenced the judge in his decision. Still, at the time, there seemed no other reasonable decision to make. The testimony must have appeared incredible. It must have appeared fantastic. No man reading the record could have come to any other conclusion about it. Yet it seemed impossible, at least it seemed impossible for me, to consider this great vital bulk of a man as a monk of one of the oldest religious orders in the world. Every common academic conception of such a monk he distinctly negatived. He impressed me instead as possessing the ultimate qualities of clever diplomacy, the subtle ambassador of some new Oriental power, shrewd, suave, accomplished. When one read the yellow-backed court record, the sense of old, obscure, mysterious agencies moving in sinister menace, invisibly, around Rodman could not be escaped from. You believed it. Against your reason, against all modern experience of life, you believed it. And yet it could not be true. One had to find that verdict or topple over all human knowledge. That is, all human knowledge as we understand it. The judge, cutting short the criminal trial, took the only way out of the thing. There was one man in the world that everybody wished could have been present at the time. That was Sir Henry Marquis. Marquis was chief of the Criminal Investigation Department of Scotland Yard. He had been in charge of the English Secret Service on the frontier of the Shan States, and at the time he was in Asia. As soon as Scotland Yard could release Sir Henry, it sent him. Rodman's genius was the common property of the world. The American government could not, even with the verdict of a trial court, let Rodman's death go by under the smoke-screen of such a weird, inscrutable mystery. I was to meet Sir Henry and come here with him, but my train into New England was delayed, and when I arrived at the station I found that Marquis had gone down to have a look at Rodman's country house, where the thing had happened. It was on an isolated forest ridge of the Berkshires, no human soul within a dozen miles of it, a comfortable stone house in the English fashion. There was a big drawing-room across one end of it, with an immense fireplace framed in black marble under a great white panel to the ceiling. It had a wide black marble hearth. There is an excellent photograph of it in the record, showing the single andiron, that mysterious andiron upon which the whole tragedy seemed to turn as on a hinge. Rodman used this drawing-room for a workshop. He kept it close-shuttered and locked. Not even his big, yellow, servile creature who took exclusive care of him in the house was allowed to enter, except under Rodman's eye. What he saw in the final scenes of the tragedy, he saw looking in through a crack under the door. The earlier things he noticed when he put logs on the fire at dark. Time is hardly a measure for the activities of the mind. These reflections winged by in a scarcely perceptible interval of it. They have taken me some time to write out here, but they crowded past while the big Oriental was speaking, in the pause between his words. The print, he continued, was the first confirmation of evidence, but it was not the first indicatory sign. I doubt if the master himself noticed the thing at the beginning. The seductions of this disaster could not have come quickly, and besides that, Excellency, the agencies behind the material world get a footing in it only with continuous pressure. Do not receive a wrong impression, Excellency. To the eye a thing will suddenly appear, but the invisible pressure will have been for some time behind that materialization. He paused. The master was sunk in his labour, and while that enveloped him, the first advances of the lure would have gone by unnoticed, and the tension of the pressure. But the day was at hand when the master was receptive. He had got his work completed, the formula, pencilled out, were on his table. I knew by the relaxation. Of all periods, this is the one most dangerous to the human spirit. He sat silent for a moment, his big fingers moving on the arms of the chair. I knew, he added. Then he went on. But it was the one thing against which I could not protect him. The test was to be permitted. He made a vague gesture. The master was indicated, but the peril antecedent to his elevation remained. It was to be permitted, and at its leisure, and in its choice of time. He turned sharply towards me, the folds of his face unsteady. "Excellency," he cried, "I would have saved the master. I would have saved him with my soul's damnation. But it was not permitted. On that first night in the Italian's tent, I said all I could." His voice went into a higher note. "Twice, for the master, I have been checked and reduced in merit. For that bias I was myself encircled. I was in an agony of spirit when I knew that the thing was beginning to advance, but my very will to aid was at the time environed." His voice descended. He sat motionless, as though the whole bulk of him were devitalized and maintained its outline only by the enclosing frame of the chair. "It began, Excellency, on the August night. There is a chill in these mountains at sunset. I had put wood into the fireplace and lighted it, and was about the house. The master, as I have said, had worked out his formulae. He was at leisure. I could not see him, for the door was closed, but the odour of his cigar escaped from the room. It was very silent. I was placing the master's bed-candle on the table in the hall, when I heard his voice. You have read it, Excellency, as the scriveners wrote it down before the judge." He paused. It was an exclamation of surprise, of astonishment. Then I heard the master get up softly and go over to the fireplace. Presently he returned. He got a new cigar, Excellency, clipped it and lighted it. I could hear the blade of the knife on the fibre of the tobacco, and, of course, clearly the rasp of the match. A moment later I knew that he was in the chair again. The odour of ignited tobacco returned. It was some time before there was another sound in the room. Then suddenly I heard the master swear. His voice was sharp and astonished. This time, Excellency, he got up swiftly and crossed the room to the fireplace. I could hear him distinctly. There was the sound of one tapping on metal, thumping it as with the fingers. He stopped again, for a brief moment, as in reflection. It was then that the master unlocked the door and asked for the liquor. He indicated the court record in my pocket. I brought it, a goblet of brandy, with some carbonated water. He drank it all without putting down the glass. His face was strange, Excellency. Then he looked at me. "Put a log on the fire," he said. I went in and added wood to the fire and came out. The master remained in the doorway. He re-entered when I came out, and closed the door behind him. There was a long silence after that. Then I heard the voice, permitted to the devocation, thin, metallic, offering the barter to the master. It began and ceased because the master was on his feet and before the fireplace. I heard him swear again, and presently return to his place by the table. The big Oriental lifted his face and looked out at the sweep of country before the window. The thing went on, Excellency, the voice offering its lure and presenting it in brief flashes of materialization, and the master endeavouring to seize and detain the visitations, which ceased instantly at his approach to the hearth. The man paused. I knew the master contended in vain against the thing. If he would acquire possession of what it offered, he must destroy what the creative forces of the spirit had released to him. Again he paused. Toward morning he went out of the house. I could hear him walking on the gravel before the door. He would walk the full length of the house and return. The night was clear. There was a chill in it, and every sound was audible. That was all, Excellency. The master returned a little later and ascended to his bedroom as usual. Then he added, "It was when I went in to put wood on the fire that I saw the footprint on the hearth." There was a force, compelling and vivid, in these meagre details, the severe suppression of things, big and tragic. No elaboration could have equalled, in effect, the virtue of this restraint. The man was going on, directly, with the story. The following night, Excellency, the thing happened. The master had passed the day in the open. He dined with a good appetite, like a man in health. And there was a change in his demeanour. He had the aspect of men who are determined to have a thing out at any hazard. After his dinner the master went into the drawing-room and closed the door behind him. He had not entered the room on this day. It had stood locked and close-shuttered. The big Oriental paused and made a gesture outward with his fingers, as if one dismissing an absurdity. No living human being could have been concealed in that room. There is only the bare floor, the master's table, and the fireplace. The great wood shutters were bolted in, as they had stood since the master took the room from a workshop and removed the furniture. The door was always locked with that special thief-proof lock that the American smiths had made for it. No one could have entered. It was the report of the experts at the trial. They showed by the casing of rust on the bolts that the shutters had not been moved. The walls, ceiling, and floor were undisturbed. The throat of the chimney was coated evenly with old soot. Only the door was possible as an entry, and this was always locked except when Rodman was himself in the room. And at such times the big Oriental never left his post in the hall before it. That seemed a condition of his mysterious overcare of Rodman. Everybody thought the trial court went to an excessive care. It scrutinized in minute detail every avenue that could possibly lead to a solution of the mystery. The whole country and every resident was inquisitioned. The conclusion was inevitable. There was no human creature on that forest crest of the Berkshires but Rodman and his servant. But one can see why the trial judge kept at the thing. He was seeking an explanation consistent with the common experience of mankind, and when he could not find it, he did the only thing he could do. He was wrong, as we now know, but he had a hold in the dark on the truth. Not the whole truth by any means. He never had a glimmer of that. He never had the faintest conception of the big, amazing truth. But as I have said, he had his fingers on one essential fact. The man was going on with a slow, precise articulation, as though he would thereby make a difficult matter clear. The night had fallen swiftly. It was incredibly silent. There was no sound in the master's room, and no light except the flicker of the logs smouldering in the fireplace. The thin line of it appeared faintly along the sill of the door. He paused. The fireplace, Excellency, is at the end of the great room, directly opposite this door into the hall, before which I always sat when the master was within. The fireplace is of black marble, with an immense black marble hearth, and the gift which I had brought the master stands on the side of the fire, on this marble hearth, as though it were a single andiron. The man turned back into the heart of his story. I knew by the vague sense of pressure that the devocations of the thing were again on the way, and I began to suffer in the spirit for the master's safety. Interference, both by act and by the will, were denied me, but there is an anxiety of spirit, Excellency, that the uncertainty of an issue makes intolerable. The man paused. The pressure continued, and in silence. It was nearly midnight. I could not distinguish any act or motion of the master, and in fear I crept over to the door and looked in through the crevice along the threshold. The master sat by his table. He was straining forward, his hands gripping the arms of his chair. His eyes and every tense instinct of the man were concentrated on the fireplace. The red light of the embers was in the room. I could see him clearly, and the table beyond him with the calculations. But the fireplace seemed strangely out of perspective. It extended above me. My gift to the master, not more than 4 handbreadths in length, including the base, stood now like an immense bronze on an extended marble slab beside a gigantic fireplace. This effect of extension put the top of the fireplace and the enlarged andiron above its pedestal out of my line of vision. Everything else in the chamber, holding its normal dimensions, was visible to me. The master's face was a little lifted. He was looking at the elevated portions of the andiron, which were invisible to me. He did not move. The steady light threw half of his face into shadow, but in the other half every feature stood out sharply as in a delicate etching. It had that refined sharpness and distinction which intense moments of stress stamp on the human face. He did not move, and there was no sound. I have said, Excellency, that my angle of vision along the crevice of the door-sill was sharply cut midway of this now enlarged fireplace. From the direction and lift of the master's face, he was watching something above this line and directly over the pedestal of the andiron. I watched also, flattening my face against the sill, for the thing to appear. And it did appear. A naked foot became slowly visible, as though some one were descending with extreme care from the elevation of the andiron to the great marble hearth, under this strange enlargement, now some distance below. The big Oriental paused and looked down at me. I knew then, Excellency, that the master was lost. The creative energies of the spirit suffer no division of worship. Those of the body must be wholly denied. I had warned the master, and in travail, Excellency, I turned over with my face to the floor. But there is always hope, hope over the certainties of experience, over the certainties of knowledge. Perhaps the master even now, sustained in the spirit, would put away the devocation. No, Excellency, I was not misled. I knew the master was beyond hope. But the will to hope moved me, and I turned back to the crevice at the door-sill. He paused. There was now a delicate odour everywhere, faintly, like the blossom of the little bitter apple here in your country. The red embers in the fireplace gave out a steady light, and in the glow of it, on the marble hearth, stood the one who had descended from the elevation of the andiron. Again the man hesitated, as for an accurate method of expression. In the flesh, Excellency, there was colour that would not appear in the image. The hair was yellow and the eyes were blue, and against the black marble of the fireplace the body was conspicuously white, but in every other aspect of her, Excellency, the woman was on the hearth in the flesh as she was in the clutch of the savage male figure in the image. There is no dress or ornament, as you will recall, Excellency, not even an ear jewel or an anklet, as though the graver of the image felt that the inherent beauty of this figure could take nothing from these ostentations. The woman's heavy yellow hair was wound around her head, as in the image. She shivered a little, faintly, like a naked child in an unaccustomed draught of air, although she stood on the warm marble hearth and within the red glow of the fire. The voice from the male figure of the image which I had brought to the master, and which stood as the andiron, now so immensely enlarged, was beginning again to speak. The thin metallic sounds seemed to splinter against the dense silence as it went forward in the ritual prescribed. But the master had already decided. He stood now on the great marble hearth, with his papers crushed together, and as I looked on, through the crevice under the door-sill, he put out his free hand and with his finger touched the woman gently. The flesh under his finger yielded, and stooping over, he put the formulas into the fire. Like one who has come to the end of his story, the huge Oriental stopped. He remained for some moments silent. Then he continued in an even, monotonous tone. I got up from the floor then and purified myself with water, and after that I went into an upper chamber, opened the window to the east, and sat down to write my report to the Brotherhood. For the thing which I had been sent to do was finished. He put his hand somewhere into the loose folds of his Oriental garment and brought out a roll of thin vellum-like onion skin, painted in Chinese characters. It was of immense length, but on account of the thinness of the vellum, the roll wound on a tiny cylinder of wood was not above 2 inches in thickness. "Excellency," he said, "I have carefully concealed this report through the misfortunes that have attended me. It is not certain that I shall be able to deliver it. Will you give it for me to the jewel merchant Vanderdick in Amsterdam? He will send it to Mahadal in Bombay, and it will go north with the caravans." His voice changed into a note of solicitation. "You will not fail me, Excellency. Already for my bias to the master I am reduced in merit." I put the scroll into my pocket and went out, for the motor car had come into the park, and I knew that Marquis had arrived. I met Sir Henry and the superintendent in the long corridor. They had been looking in at my interview through the elevated grating. "Marquis," I cried, "the judge was right to cut short the criminal trial and issue a lunacy warrant. This creature is the maddest lunatic in this whole asylum. The human mind is capable of any absurdity." Sir Henry looked at me with a queer, ironical smile. "The judge was wrong," he said. "The creature, as you call him, is as sane as any of us." "Then you believe this amazing story?" I said. "I believe Rodman was found at daylight, dead on the hearth, with practically every bone in his body crushed," he replied. "Certainly," I said, "we all know that is true. But why was he killed?" Again Sir Henry regarded me with his ironical smile. "Perhaps," he drawled, "there is some explanation in the report in your pocket to the monastic head. It's only a theory, you know." He smiled, showing his white, even teeth. We went into the superintendent's room, and sat down by a smouldering fire of coals in the grate. I handed Marquis the roll of vellum. It was in one of the Shan dialects. He read it aloud, with the addition of certain formal expressions. It contained precisely the Oriental's testimony before the court, and no more. "Ah!" he said in his curiously inflected Oxford voice, and he held the scroll out to the heat of the fire. The vellum baked slowly, and as it baked, the black Chinese characters faded out, and faint blue ones began to appear. Marquis read the secret message in his emotionless drawl. The American is destroyed, and his accursed work is destroyed with him. Send the news to Bangkok and west to Burma. The treasures of India are saved." I cried out in astonishment. An assassin? The creature was an assassin? He killed Rodman simply by crushing him in his arms? Sir Henry's drawl lengthened. "It's Lal Gupta," he said, "the cleverest Oriental in the whole of Asia. The jewel traders sent him to watch Rodman, and to kill him if he was ever able to get his formulae worked out. They must have paid him an incredible sum." "And that is why the creature attached himself to Rodman?" I said. "Surely," replied Sir Henry. "He brought that bronze Romulus carrying off the Sabine woman and staged the supernatural to work out his plan and to save his life. I knew the bronze as soon as I got my eye on it. Old Franz Joseph gave it as a present to Mahadal in Bombay for matching up some rubies." I swore bitterly. "And we took him for a lunatic?" "Ah, yes," replied Sir Henry. "What was it you said as I came in? The human mind is capable of any absurdity." End of The Thing on the Hearth by Melville Davisson Post.
Story of Toki and the Apple by Saxo Grammaticus, circa 1204. From the first 9 books of the Danish history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Toki, who had served some while with the king, Harold Bluetroth, had made many men foes to his virtues by the services wherein he overpassed the zeal of his comrades. Taking in his cups among the feasters, he chanced to boast that if an apple, however small, were set at a distance upon a stick, he would hit it with the first shaft he aimed. This speech, catching the ears of his detractors, reached the hearing of the king. But the unscrupulous monarch presently turned the father's confidence to the peril of the son, and commanded that this most sweet pledge of Toki's life should be put in the place of the stick, with the apple on his head, and should suffer with his own head for that windy boast, unless he who made the promise should with the first arrow that he tried strike the apple off it. Thus the treacherous slanders of others took up his half-tipsy vaunt, and the soldier was forced by his king's behest to do better than his promises, so that his words bound him to more than his own consequence. So Toki brought the lad forth, and warned him straitly to await the singing of the arrow with steadfast ear and unswerving head, so as not to balk, by any slight motion, the successful trial of his skill. Also he considered a plan to remove the lad's fear, and made him turn away his face, that he should not be scared by the sight of the missile. Then he put out 3 arrows from the quiver. The first that he fitted to the string struck the mark proposed. Eulogy on Father and Son. But when the king asked Toki why he had taken 3 shafts from the quiver, when he was to try his fortunes but once with the bow, Toki answered, "That I might avenge on thyself the miss of the first with the point of the others, lest perchance my innocence might suffer, and thy violence escape." End of Story of Toki and the Apple by Saxo Grammaticus, circa 1204.
Tushmaker's Tooth Puller by G.H. Darby. From Little Masterpieces of American Wit and Humor, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Tushmaker's Tooth Puller by G.H. Darby. Dr. Tushmaker was never regularly bred as a physician or surgeon, but he possessed naturally a strong mechanical genius and a fine appetite, and finding his teeth of great service in gratifying the latter propensity, he concluded that he could do more good in the world and create more real happiness therein by putting the teeth of its inhabitants in good order than any other way. So Tushmaker became a dentist. He was the man who first invented the method of placing small cogwheels in the back teeth for a more perfect mastication of food, and he claimed to be the original discoverer of that method of filling cavities with a kind of putty which, becoming hard directly, causes the tooth to ache so grievously that it has to be pulled, thereby giving the dentist 2 successive fees for the same job. Tushmaker was one day seated in his office in the city of Boston, Massachusetts, when a stout old fellow named Byles presented himself to have a back tooth drawn. The dentist seated his patient in the chair of torture, and, opening his mouth, discovered there an enormous tooth, on the right-hand side, about as large, as he afterward expressed it, as a small polyglot Bible. I shall have trouble with this tooth, thought Tushmaker, but he clapped on his heaviest forceps and pulled. It didn't come. Then he tried the turn screw, exerting his utmost strength, but the tooth wouldn't stir. Go away from here, said Tushmaker to Byles, and return in a week, and I'll draw that tooth for you, or know the reason why. Byles got up, clapped a handkerchief to his jaw, and put forth. Then the dentist went to work, and in 3 days he invented an instrument which he was confident would pull anything. It was a combination of a lever, pulley, wheel and axle, inclined plane, wedge, and screw. The castings were made, and the machine put up in the office, over an iron chair rendered perfectly stationary by iron rods going down into the foundation of the granite building. In a week old Byles returned. He was clamped into the iron chair, the forceps connected with the machine attached firmly to the tooth, and Tushmaker, stationing himself in the rear, took hold of a lever 4 feet in length. He turned it slightly. Old Byles gave a groan and lifted his right leg. Another turn, another groan, and up went the leg again. What do you raise your legs for? Asked the doctor. I can't help it, said the patient. Well, rejoined Tushmaker, that tooth is bound to come out now. He turned the lever clear round with a sudden jerk and snapped old Byles' head clean and clear from his shoulders, leaving a space of 4 inches between the severed parts. They had a post-mortem examination. The roots of the tooth were found extending down the right side, through the right leg, and turning up in 2 prongs under the sole of the right foot. No wonder, said Tushmaker, he raised his right leg. The jury thought so too, but they found the roots were decayed, and 5 surgeons swearing that mortification would have ensued in a few months. Tushmaker was cleared on a verdict of justifiable homicide. He was a little shy of that instrument for some time afterward, but one day an old lady, feeble and flaccid, came in to have a tooth drawn, and thinking it would come out very easy, Tushmaker concluded, just by way of variety, to try the machine. He did so, and at the first turn drew the old lady's skeleton completely and entirely from her body, leaving her a mass of quivering jelly in his chair. Tushmaker took her home in a pillowcase. The woman lived 7 years after that, and they called her the India Rubber Woman. She had suffered terribly with the rheumatism, but after this occurrence never had a pain in her bones. The dentist kept them in a glass case. After this, the machine was sold to the contractor of the Boston Custom House, and it was found that a child of 3 years of age could, with a single turn of the screw, raise a stone weighing 23 tons. Smaller ones were made on the same principle, and sold to keepers of hotels and restaurants. They were used for boning turkeys. There is no moral to this story whatever, and it is possible that the circumstances may have become slightly exaggerated. Of course, there can be no doubt of the truth of the main incidents. The End of Tushmaker's Tooth Puller by G. H. Darby.